Oh, Lord is right. Hello, everybody. What's happening? How the heck are you? Oh, my goodness. What a fun couple of days. Goodness gracious. What a fun couple of days. Whew. My goodness. My goodness, my goodness. All right. Goodness gracious. Fun fact, I went to stream about 10 minutes ago, and my Xbox wouldn't turn on. Turns out it unplugged itself, so that was fun. I would have been here sooner. Blame the mythical creature that unplugged my Xbox for me. That was fun. Here you have a father. I do. I do, who still has both of his eyes, thankfully. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I have a tryout with the local pro minor league hockey team. Pro minor league. And? Are you gonna get the job? Are you gonna get it done? Are you gonna make the team? Or are you gonna do your best Happy Gilmore impression? Alright. Fuck no? Fair enough. You gonna get the job or do the job, brother? What's it gonna be, dude? Oh, what's it gonna be, brother? Fury, what's going on? How are you? Oh, speaking of wrestling nonsense, while people file in, the new Reigns app should be up. Alright, let's see if I can do a better job with this one compared to yesterday. Holy shit. I didn't know it was Braun Strowman at all. IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Champion, Ring of Honor World and Pure Champion, U.S. Champion, World Heavyweight Champion, Tag Team, WWE World Heavyweight, damn, and an AEW Champion. Right. I mean, give it that the title says Daniel Bryan on it. I mean, that was the thought anyway, right? Like, who else has the connective tissue of Ring of Honor? You know, like, there's only, what, 2 people, 3 people, theoretically, it could even be. That was Ring of Honor World Champion that's been AEW Champion. At least that version of the Ring of Honor World title, which would obviously be Danielson, Joe, or Punk. And, yeah. Only one of them, I believe, has held a title in New Japan. Show me the Bryan Danielson. That was stupidly easy. That was stupidly easy. Delightful. Delightful, delightful. Hey, the Red Sox won another game. Look at that. The Red Sox won another... By the way, shout out to the White Sox. Shout out to the White Sox being like, oh, we're having a good season. Let's add to the team. Let's add to the team. Always fun to see a team not be cowards and actually try to be better. Looking at you, Baltimore. From a couple years ago. Look at you now. Look at you now. Taps. I was thinking Vulcan changeup, actually. I was thinking Vulcan changeup. You know, seems like the right way to go. The old Vulcan change. Oh, goodness. The team I'm trying out for is having a Barbie-themed night in January. So maybe you could at least be a, you could be the mascot on the night, you know? You could be Ken. You could be Ken. Good old spitball. There you go. Alright. So... would I be Knuff, though? I mean, I've certainly had Knuff of you, but, you know. Paulie, not quite. Not quite. You're a closer for the Red Sox. What are your 3 pitches? Nowadays? Oh, God. Nowadays. 4-seamer. Splitter. And probably a slurve. You know? I mean, essential... Or, fuck, I mean, that, that was that Japanese... What's a Mai who throws the reverse curveball? But yeah, right? Like, you want something to be able to be thrown right down the middle to break vertically and to break horizontally. So. Oh, my God. Not enough of my money. I mean, we live in a capitalistic society, brother. I can never have enough. Slurve is what you say on Twitter to get canceled. I don't think so. Actually, on Twitter, I'm pretty sure that's what you say to get paid if you have a blue check mark. You try to get the engagement, you know? Ready for the Red Sox to lose 20 games in August? Oh, yeah. Like, the fact that that team, this Red Sox team, won the most games in a month out of, like, any Red Sox team is crazy. Like, genuinely crazy. So, yeah, no, I definitely expect it to balance out. 100%. 100%. Alright. Goodness. Look at the AL East standing today and legit went, what the fuck? Yeah, no, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I mean, I think if you just look at the MLB standings in general, like, here, you know what? I'll bring them up. God, does MLB site still not have a fucking dark mode? Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's all get blinded together. I can't believe they don't have a dark mode. Holy fuck. Whew. Anyway, like, you know, the fact that, like, August 1st, right? August 2nd. The Blue Jays are last in the AL East is crazy. Like, genuinely crazy. I also like the expected wins lost, which, you know, shows that, hey, the Rays are overperforming, the Yankees are underperforming, Red Sox have overperformed. Technically, the Blue Jays have overperformed by 2 games, which is crazy. But then, like, AL Central, like, what do you mean the White Sox are that good? And they've technically underperformed by a couple of games. Like, I mean, the Royals being completely out of it's not surprising, though. And then obviously, like, you know, the fucking Mariners are 4 games under. The Angels still suck because, of course, they do. But yeah, like, as you look through the standings, it's like, what do you mean the Mets are 19 and a half games back? But yeah, baseball standings are always fun if you don't watch what's going on. Taps, that's fair. Baseball standings are always interesting to go back and look at if you haven't been paying attention to what's been going on. And then all of a sudden you look and you're just like, oh, trade Trout, let him win. These are 7 games under 500, not out of it. Yeah, that's fair. Taps, the second one. It is the second one. I thought I felt like the cat in the room, and I didn't want to accidentally kick him. 'Twas not the cat. Yeah, Ripley, right? Feels like it goes that way every year. Oh, Benny, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll talk about it in a moment, actually. So. Alright. We'll need potentially kick the cat. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Kick that son of a gun. No, I'm not Kurt Zuma. It's fine. It's fine. Dog sitting yet? Okay, so let's quickly talk about last night and the awkward end to last night's stream, right? Because we had kind of talked about stuff and other things and to the point where someone can be like, "Hey, so are you dog sitting yet?" The answer is no, and I'm not going to be. So yeah, last night we put the live streaming as some real life events were ongoing. Damn it, they were ongoing. And it's actually not the first time that real life events have happened while I was streaming. I think it was 2018. I was not here in this room, but the other before I met my wife, the other place I was in. And my mom came into my house and was like, "Oh, your grandmother died." And I was like, "Hey, everybody, gotta end the stream." So, but yeah, basically, my dad had a little operation ski. And I thought I was going to have to... by the way, if this ends up on YouTube in like 3 months, everything's good. Unless it's not. But we're good. But yeah. Basically, I found out at like 3 in the morning. It was like, "Hey, your dad's going to have surgery in a few hours." My initial instinct was like, I gotta go. And then I'm like, oh shit, but my wife isn't home. I was supposed to dog sit on Sunday. And this, and this, and this, and this, and it took a lot of figuring stuff out. So basically, I ended up talking to my mom, and I stayed home. How was your dad's penis extension surgery? I don't know. You'll have to ask my mom, because I'm not asking her for you. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, he had like a procedure done to help out with like the start of a cataract issue, and he got an infection. Both in the front and back of his eye. So basically, if he did the typical dad thing of like, "Oh, tough it out, whatever," yeah, he probably would have lost his eye over this weekend. But he's good. The hope is that around 8 o'clock in the morning or so that he's going to get discharged from the hospital. If not, one of my sisters has been down there with my parents. And she needs to go home. So I'll be, if needed, right, if he doesn't get discharged, I'll have to head back down that way and kind of take over in terms of helping out my mom with the situation and everything. But for the moment, things look good. Things look good. But obviously last night, it was kind of unavoidable as, it's a live, active situation for me to, ignore while streaming. So we're good. We're good. Did my mom drag him to the hospital by his ear? No, thankfully. So this is a man who's been dealt a lot of rough hands from a medical perspective in his life over the last, especially like 26 years. He knows when it's like, "Oh, I'm in pain. Oh, I'm in pain." It was that other level of like, "Oh, fuck. I gotta get this taken care of." Thankfully. So, we're good. I'm good. He's good. Unless something happens tonight. We'll fucking see. That's life, right? But yeah, just to tell people, like, we're good, right? Hopefully we should be good to go, and I shouldn't be getting jump scared by text messages tonight. And we can focus on winning this goddamn national title. Also, "Don't Blink" is hilarious. That is very, very much hilarious. But yeah, so that's the whole to-do as we get ready for the second round, aka the quarterfinal of the playoffs. And we talked about it. Virginia-Pittsburgh, that's as good of a combination as we're going to get. And yeah, now we just got to beat Pittsburgh. Yeah, anyway, that's the whole to do. That's the whole to do, Love to see the 40 points spend this upcoming year instead of the 50 when scouting. I mean, I do the 40 quite a bit. Welcome to the lockout. Yeah, so obviously, Ripley, I am not a big going to concerts person, I gotta be honest, so. In terms of the, we were talking about baseball before I went on that little, hey, catch people up on what's going on. But, yeah. Yeah, good old Mr. Scooble, to the surprise of nobody, is gonna be a Dodger, huh? That's apparently gonna be a thing. Which, yeah, nobody's really surprised by, right? The rumors were out there the whole time. The lockout jokes were out there the whole time as well. Like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens. I look forward to his $400 million contract with $395 million deferred, honestly. Yeah, no, I mean, that, you know, people have talked about it for a while. There's going to be a lockout. Oh, there you go, Ripley. Not bad. I haven't listened to too much of either of them, but what I have heard, I've enjoyed. But, yeah, I mean, this is just, like, the next chapter in the Dodgers are killing baseball. And like I said, like, I don't hold it against the Dodgers in terms of, and Casaro probably Vegas or Florida. I don't hold it against the Dodgers for operating their team the way that they do. Like, there's nothing that they're doing that is technically against the rules. Like, they're a gigantic market with a gigantic amount of money to spend, and they're willing to spend it. That is the nature of the beast. And, you know, I mean, it's been that way for a very long time, right? In terms of teams, like, there's a reason why Moneyball was made back in the day, right? Oh, how are the Athletics going to compete with the Yankees and yada yada? Okay, we just got to spend our money more wisely and invest in further scouting, right? Like, you know, granted, I mean, you have had other teams be successful, but at the same time, there is a limit. And now that the Dodgers have that ownership group where they're just like, yeah, we're going to spend this money. I mean, you know, if you look at Major League Baseball team valuations, the Yankees are still worth more than the Dodgers. The Dodgers just spend more wisely than they do. You know, what people leave out is that the A's lost. True. You know, like right now I'm looking at the valuations as of June 2025. It's the Yankees at 8.2 mil. You know, freaking $728 million in fucking revenue. But you know, like, the Yankees don't spend as much and as wisely as the Dodgers do, nor do the Red Sox, nor do the Cubs, especially the Giants, who have been a fucking disaster this year. God, the Angels are in the top 10, for fuck's sakes. You know, Italia, thank you very much for the follow as well. Yeah, it's one of those things where the Dodgers just spend the way that they do, and I mean, it's going to take a change, a drastic change of how baseball operates. Like, that's the only way to go about it. You're going to have to change the DNA of baseball with the salary cap or something like that, because obviously you're going to have players wanting to go to these big teams, right? Like, that's what it is. It's the same thing we've seen the NHL struggle with, right? In terms of Vegas, the Florida Panthers, like, yeah, like, there are always going to be preferred destinations. And actually, Jeff Passan just said it is here, Hope, River Ryan, and Brady Smith, the latter two being pitchers, so. Certain teams have the money but don't spend it. Not obviously could try to be the Dodgers. Yeah, and they need to get rid of the deferred contracts, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, I don't blame the Dodgers for being like, hey, we're in a competitive sport and we're not breaking any rules, so fuck it, let's do everything we can to win. I don't blame them at all. The blame, if you're like, well, this is fucked, is with Major League Baseball for allowing massive deferred contracts or whatever else, right? But at the same time, you're always going to have preferred destinations. You're always going to have preferred destinations. And Benny, I get what you meant, by the way. You're always going to have preferred destinations with these sports. It is what it is, you know? It just is what it is. I fail to believe another team couldn't beat that package. The problem is, right? So here's the problem. So obviously, like I say, here Hope is a top 5 prospect or whatever the hell. It's not a matter of whether or not another team could or could not meet that package. It's a matter of whether or not Tarik Skubal would sign with you once you acquire him, because he's a UFA at the end of the year. And yeah, like the bottom line is, like, if you're the Tigers, it's you get what you can for Tarik Skubal right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he complete, like, with the rumors that were out there, the reporting that was out there, he would have just completely strong-armed the Tigers into being like, I'm going to be a Dodger. So, you know, like, it's not the craziest return, but at the same time, you could also say it's a little bit lucky to get as much back as the Tigers did, because it's pretty obvious that's the only spot where Skubal wanted to go was to the Dodgers. You know, I guarantee other teams were in on him, but you're not going to give up the sun and the moon for 2 months of a player. Unless you are, like, 100% certain that, man, if we don't win this year, we're fucked anyway. You know? So, it's better than the compensation pick that would have gotten if he walked. Yeah, right. So, yeah, I'm not surprised, right? It's just, it was rumored for a long time that Skubal was going to be a Dodger. He is, you know, it all makes sense, doesn't it? It all makes sense. That's all you can say. So, it be what it do, and it do what it be. Even if it is relatively annoying. And we're definitely going to experience a lockout. Like, that is a guarantee, is that there will be a lockout. But at the same time, like, hey, baseball and any sport's kind of fun when there's a big bad villain. I mean, it's not always fun if the villain wins. But at the same time, the Blue Jays last year proved that the Dodgers are beatable. And then the Blue Jays fucking choked. I will never forgive them for that. Ever. Ever. Because they choked. They lost that series more than the Dodgers won it. And I will never forgive them for that. Ever. But I digress. You know. It's kind of one of those, like, oh, the Patriots and people rooting against the Patriots. Like, yeah, the Dodgers are in that position, you know? If any player on the market, Skubal was number one and needed to be traded to avoid the front office getting trolled. But yeah, I mean, again, if you're the Tigers, like, man, he was leaving. You had to get something for him. There was no choice. You had to get something for him. Was it going to be enough? Of course not, especially when it was obvious he only wanted to go to one spot. You know? So. Oh, goodness. Anyway, when are we going to get a Flames jersey behind you? I mean, there is a Flames jersey on the rack. I don't know where it is. It's here somewhere. It's a Monahan. There it is. Could always swap it out, you know? Razor, he is. I talked about it a little bit at the start of stream. Like, we're looking better. Last night was a weird one, right? That's one of those, hey, just because you're sitting here playing a video game doesn't mean life isn't happening around you, you know? So, you know. Every sport needs a 1980s USSR. I guess so, yeah. I suppose you are right. Okay. So, I think we're good to get back on track and focus on the task at hand. You know, shout out to my dad for having to get a frickin' surgery. Selfish. We had momentum. Damn it. Don't blink is right. Still can't believe that. And hopefully we haven't lost that momentum. And especially, too, like, you know, I was able to clutch a winning drive against Virginia. I don't know if I'll be able to do the same here, though, because we're heading into this game pretty well ice cold. So if Pittsburgh is on point and we end up in a scenario where I have to jump in, that is not good news for me at all. We play undefeated Pittsburgh at the Peach Bowl. Ah, yes, the Peach Bowl. Brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A. 6 days a week. We're decent food, I guess, maybe. Who knows? I think that's their tagline. Something like that. Final, what's up? Imagine getting surgery during a college football playoff, right? Imagine wanting to see your boy become a national champion. Imagine. Imagine. And yeah, Stash, we were just talking about that a lot. Again, we have 2 goals in this playthrough. It is to win a national championship and win a Division I conference championship, a.k.a. the Premier League. And we will see if we are ready to do that. Quarterfinal against Pittsburgh. The furthest we have made it is to the semifinal. What, last year? Yeah, it was last year where we lost to Mississippi in the semifinal. This team was pretty ridiculous for most of the year. Unless we were designated as the home team, Pittsburgh goes down.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
Hell of a way to start the night. 30-9 over the Pittsburgh Panthers in the Peach Bowl. We hand them their first loss of the year to boot them out of the playoffs. 2 wins down, 2 to go. Let's go, fellas. 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 Whew. Good win. Very, very good win. If I don't have to hop in for the rest of this season, I will take it. I will take it. Held him to 260 yards. Not bad. Their quarterback did not have a good game, to say the least. Alani Kwan, much better performance than what we had seen against Virginia. Still not the craziest amount of yards, given that we're on the air raid offense, but 3 touchdowns, no picks. We'll take that. Absolutely. And Joe John, that is. There was a John, or John Joe. I don't even remember. And Adonis Morissette. Basically, the running game continuing to do very, very well. And then through the air, touchdowns for Dean Collins, Mateo Costanzo, and Deshaun Champion. Only 1 sack allowed, of course, by Wilcox. Got to their quarterback 3 times. About time Evan Costanzo did better, you know. After that second half of the season struggles. We're off to the Final Four. We are off to the Final Four as I get a text from my wife, who I thought was sleeping. Go to bed. Let's see. All right. There we go. Here we go. Go to bed, Dad. Pretty sure my dad is sleeping, I hope. Single season record. Iosefa DeLong is the new school single season receptions record holder. Not bad at all for somebody that I have barely recognized. Alright, and there it is. Peach Bowl indeed. The Peach Bowl indeed. She definitely ain't your left. Again, she is off on bachelorette party duties, so that was another one of the things where, like, last night I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do? What about that? Because I got the pets, but I got no one to watch the pets. Because if anything, I'm supposed to watch even one more pet. You know, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing, a whole to do. And then of course, the day before yesterday, the day before yesterday. The internet went out after an hour and a half on the stream. We head to the Final Four to take on SMU at the Orange Bowl. Another classic trifecta. A best 2 out of 3. We beat SMU in week 3, 34-14. We lost to SMU in the conference championship game, 44-37. And now is the rubber match. The winner will play for the national championship against either Nebraska or Houston, who pulled off a gigantic upset over Oklahoma. So, you know, a lot to do there, to say the least. A lot to do, to say the least. So, yeah, we have had quite the rivalry. We beat Georgia and Bama last night. Correct. We did lose to Texas, though. We blew a 21-point lead in the fourth quarter and then lost to them in overtime. So that wasn't good. That wasn't good. But, you know, we'll make it work. Automod got me for Yinzers. I don't think it got you for Yinzers. I think it got you for the all caps fucking Yinzers. I think that's what the Automod got you for there, buddy. Oh, man. Alright. There is nothing left to do. One more showdown against PJ Flex Mustangs. Alright. The third smut bowl of the season. Indeed, indeed. Let's see what it's gonna be. Who will win the Orange Bowl? Can we make it to our first ever national championship game? That is the question. Oh, Miami. Oh my goodness, so many bowls to put the keys. I'm going to lose my keys because I never know what bowl they're going to be in. Also, imagine having a bowl that you put your keys in. What are you, an old man? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We are 1-1 against the Mustangs this season. We won in the regular season. They won the conference championship game. And we said that was the game that really mattered. But maybe this is the one that really matters. We are down 17-13 at the start of the fourth quarter. Man, I mean, both defenses have been unbelievable this game. Holy. Wow. Their quarterback, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Quan is 9 of 23 for 72 yards with 3 interceptions. Aries Byler. We're going to start you in this fourth quarter because we need something to change. Oh, man, this game is still way too close. We add a field goal. We're down by 1 with 5 minutes left. We're going to see what the defense can do to hopefully get us the ball back. And not the best start there. Injury timeout's helpful, though. It's the running back, too. Both quarterbacks getting eaten alive to this point in the game. Man in motion for Smoo. Quarterback keeper, he's going nowhere. Quincy Curtin makes the play. Look at that guy, he's looking real jacked, baby. Real jacked. Big play for Quincy Curtin, was not fooled at all. We got the press going. Quarterback over the middle, first down. Shit. Trashy, we were talking about how I really need to revamp and actually have a proper merch store nowadays. I gotta put up a section in Discord and ask for suggestions.
Leaning on the run game here. He's got a crease. Breaks into the clear. Inside the 20.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buster. As our college football playoff dreams just likely came to an end. Thank you very much, though, for the raid. How was the stream?
So it's first and goal. The offense will try to milk the clock and add points if they can.
Hand off. There's the touchdown. I trusted the defense. We will take over with 3:21 to go, but we do need an onside kick. Or, excuse me, a 2-point conversion. Obviously, we might eventually need an onside kick. Why can we beat SMU in the regular season, but you put championship in the conversation, and there's just nothing we can do? Byler, gotta be honest, we are gonna go with the other guy who has better throw power. Yeah, let's get Quan back in there. Let's see what we can do. Let's get aggressive as hell. Aggressive. Alright, that's gotta be man coverage. We should be able to run this. Tried to maybe get a stutter step in there, and he wasn't fooling for it. He wasn't fooling for it, wasn't falling for it. He wasn't fooled. He wasn't fooling for it. Who needs a peach and an orange bowl? What bowl's more enough? Big if true. I mean, they're leaving us room to run. Obviously, that's not great from a time perspective, though. Especially the whole if we fail the 2-point conversion thing. They hit a 69-yard field goal at some point. I can double check, I'm not sure.
Shotgun formation here on third down.
Woo-hoo-hoo! What a fucking juke. Oh my god.
The playoff game comes down to this. Tight game. Final minutes. Can the offense produce some magic?
Didn't get out of bounds. That's okay.
Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. The clock is still running. They got to get set quickly. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down.
Yeah, I love the timing here of this.
Fuck. Alright, it's a good thing that was knocked out.
Before the wide receiver breaks.
We got to go to Old Reliable here on 3rd and 6.
It's also imperative that he knows that he's got off coverage from that corner. That corner.
See if someone like DeLong can get open over the top.
If he does, it's considered free access, and all you need to do is throw that ball.
Or we take the underneath and get it out of bounds. Jesus, he got murdered. Whew. Alright. We love a good Old Reliable. Got everybody covered. Adonis Morissette. Oh my god, around the edge. Fuck. No, it's not the audible I wanted to call. Please let me call another audible. Thank you. That's what we wanted. We're looking at Collins.
If you can create long yardage situations, now they have to throw the football, and that pass rush can start getting after it.
And he shoved out of bounds with the defense short of the first down marker. Here we go.
We're running solo on time now.
Serious urgency for this offense right now. Drops back, needing a third down completion here. That one is incomplete.
Really tight window to have to throw. Fuck me, man. Someone was wide open there. Cool. Good to know. How does that help me? How does that help me to know that someone was wide open? Please tell me what I'm supposed to do with that information. I'd love to know. You know what? I've always been intrigued by the types who are like, hey, you missed somebody open there. Uh-huh. And what would you like me to do with that information? Go on. What would you like me to do with that information? I'd love to know. Time travel. I might. I'll wait. I'll wait. Tell me what to do with that information. Let's go, oh wise masters. Tell me what to do. No. I put the controller down. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. If there's clearly a point and being like, streamer, you missed an open op, tell me what to do. I got nothing but time. Tell me what to do. There were 2 of you. I'm not picking on just one person. There were 2 of you. Let's go. Tell me what to do with that information now that the moment's passed. You tell me what to do. I'll be here. Go on. One of you needs to speak up. Have some balls. Let's go. What do you want me to do with that information? What do you want me to do with that information? Run it again. How is missing an open target, an allegedly open target, what to do with that information? Run it again. That doesn't quite make sense. Come on now. What do you want me to do with that information? Let's go. Both of you. Let's go. What do you want me to do with that information? I got nothing but time. Come on now. Or I would accept, you know what? I'm sorry I did that typical live stream bullshit, streamer. I'm kind of an asshole. I'm sorry. I'll accept that as an answer, too. I'd honestly respect you more for it. Or I can just have Crash slap the shit out of you. I know he loves to do that. You know, we keep the restraints on quite a bit. He'd slap people around in this chat more often than not. I'm waiting. Come on. I'd rather get an answer to the question. Same. What am I supposed to do? Please inform the masses. Help improve the streamer by saying, hey, you missed a wide open target. Okay, what do you want me to do with that information? I got all night. I got all night. I'll keep waiting. It's fine by me. Anytime now. Anytime you want to actually come up with an answer or admit to just being like, yeah, that's kind of fucking stupid for me to do to any streamer that's playing a fucking football game. Hey, you missed an open target. Uh-huh. That's what happens. There is not a person alive that has a 100% success rate of hitting an open target. Who are we waiting for? Both you and Wavy on 2 different plays. Hey, you missed an open guy. Okay. Good to know. What do you want me to do about it? Aside from rightfully take my time to sit here and act like as big of a fucking dickhead as the two of you. Jesus Christ. Grow up. Grow up. That goes for anybody that's in a fucking Twitch chat with someone playing a football. Oh, you missed a hit this guy. Boy, I didn't think of that. Huh. That's interesting. It's kind of tough when there's 4 to 5 different targets and you got to see if your quarterback's getting pressured because for the people that have been in here for a while, how good our fucking O-line's been. You know how much time I have to actually fucking throw the ball typically. But no, streamer, X square, X gonna give it to you. Be better. Or don't, because I really do enjoy the chance to be a complete dickhead back, I digress.
I say it constantly. I say it all the time. Who's your best
Let's
player?
see what we can
He
do.
gets the ball right here.
4th down, drops back, looking to throw for it. Flips it to the running back. Can he make the first down? Oh, he's in the clear now.
God, it would have been nice to score there. Fuck.
A 4th down conversion with plenty to spare. From the gun, he looks for an open man. Looking for 6.
Chris, what a drive. You step on the field down. You need a touchdown, and there you go. It's
Well, thank God for the suggestions to pass to people who were open. I don't think we would have scored on that drive otherwise. I never would have thought of that otherwise. So, shout out to those in chat. You did well. You did well. Warrior, we're never seeing that money, by the way.
This is it. Late in the game, they need this 2-point conversion to tie things up and possibly force overtime.
No. Oh, dude, this line's gonna get me fucking murdered. If that guy blitzes from the right, I'm fucked.
And he'll set up to throw. And it's caught, and the 2-point conversion will tie.
Woo!
Late in the 4th quarter.
Chris, you can tell they spent
I Patriot, it's not surprising, right? That's where he was always gonna go.
good timing by the quarterback.
No surprise.
And it's good.
All right, let's see if we can play some defense.
After just scoring a touchdown.
There we go. It's my first ever successful 2-point conversion. I had never succeeded at one of those.
Time a factor here late in the game.
Huh.
They'll just take a knee.
Thank you both so much for the advice. We never would have pulled that off without you.
Worst case scenario, go to overtime. But can they make something happen here? Try to win it in regulation.
And then if I did pass to somebody earlier, it would have been streamer. You left them too much time.
Pocket complete over the middle. Receiver brought down after a short pitch.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down.
Too many people to cover at once.
They stop him with the
Can't believe you're tied in your first football game ever. I know, it's shocking, right? Look at us.
and a timeout taken by
Look
the
at us.
offense. 18 seconds on the clock. Fresh set of downs. It's 1st and 10. Wants to throw it. Looking deep downfield to the left. And this is dropped.
Woo! That was scary as hell. Especially to switch to the user there. That normally doesn't work.
Play fake, looking to throw. And this one is caught.
There's no way he's in field goal range, right? He's not. They're letting the time go.
First down.
Holy shit. Dude, if they hit this field goal to win, holy fuck. Holy fuck if they... Okay, they're not going to kick it. Or are they? Holy... Dude, he's got 96 power and 96 accuracy. Fuck. I mean, it's showing that they're apparently going to go for it, but...
So check it out. Here comes the field goal team. They are a long way out.
Oh my
putting
God.
a lot of trust in the
I have
kicker.
never seen the AI miss a field goal either.
Seconds left on the clock.
Never
And
once.
from way downtown, a chance to take the lead here in the final
I mean, there's
seconds.
no way a return's going to work.
So out comes the field goal team from a long way out. They are putting a whole lot of faith in this kicker. So here we go. Can he get it there from ultra?
They never miss.
To take the lead in the final seconds. It's good. This playoff run continues with a kick for the ages.
Oh. Woo-wee. All right. Fuck.
When the confetti is falling, they're going to get that trophy. Certainly.
We beat SMU in the regular season
Games are always tricky.
and lose the two games that mattered the most. We fall short in the semifinal again.
Wonderful accomplishment it is. The biggest hurdle and the biggest accomplishment.
It's a hell of a kicker. Yeah, where were you guys? Where were you guys? What was I supposed to do there?
Title. That's where
There's always a perfect play to make. What was I supposed to do there, huh?
And now the stage is set.
Where were you on that one, you wise, knowing, all-knowing oracles?
We'll see you at the national championship. For Joel Platt and Holly
Fuck.
Rowe, I'm Chris Fowler. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
I mean, we put up a good fight. I mean, I trusted the defense late. And unfortunately, that was when they gave up the 59-yard run after a successful 3rd and 10 conversion. We march down the field, get the 2-point conversion with frickin' 38 seconds left. 5 yards, 18 yards, 9 yards, and then he hits a fucking 61-yard field goal. Fuck. That's rough. 34-yard field goal. Yeah, 60 fucking 1 yard or 60-yard field goal at that point. There was no near 70-yard field goal earlier. I'm not sure what somebody saw, but bottom line is our quarterback shit the bed. He completely shit the bed. The only touchdown he had was the one that I threw. And damn. I mean, that sums it up right there. Yet another instance of our really, really solid quarterback just completely shitting the bed when it mattered the most. It wasn't even close to missing either. It was near middle, 10 feet up. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, man. Yeah, I mean, dude, he would have made... Look at that. Look at that distance. Holy shit. No kidding, he wasn't close to missing. He's hitting that from almost 70. Like, easily. I didn't know they had Cam Little. Like, he's really close to hitting a... Like, he's probably hitting a 70-yard field goal. Honestly. Fuck. The big issue was I waited too long to fucking jump in. I don't know if they would have gotten that near 60-yard run. Shit. We lose to SMU again. They beat us in the conference title. And now they will play for the national championship. Damn, 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 damn. What are we celebrating? Alani Kwan set this single-season passing yards record. Yeah. And then he shit the bed in the frickin' game against SMU. I'm not going to remember him fondly. Not at all. He didn't have a great game in the first round either, honestly. In fairness, yeah, I didn't see what the winds were like in Miami. There indeed may have been a hurricane on the horizon. That's a tough loss to take. Especially if SMU goes on to win the national title. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. And they did. SMU has won the national championship 17-13 over Nebraska. Kana, don't you be a K-pop elitist. Don't be a K-pop snob. That could have been us. Play the Dolph Ziggler clip. It should have been me. Fuck. So close, man. But to beat him in the regular season, lose the conference title game, lose in the Final Four, and then know that they went on to win the national championship. That is a very, very tough pill to swallow. Oh my god. You know, A squared, somehow I hadn't heard at all, if you can believe it. If you can believe it, somehow I hadn't heard at all. Weird, isn't it? The blue Calgary Stampeders win. Oh, man, my soul, it hurts. My soul, she hats. She does, she does, she do. She will, and she does. MLB rigged, yeah. Oh, I'm so damn tired. I hope you aren't. I mean, my sleep schedule got thrown through a fucking loop. Through a fucking loop. We are not done with college football, by the way. Not yet by a long shot. Not at all. Not at all. Alright. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Shabba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Alright. So, what on earth could make me feel better? What on earth could? What on earth could make me feel better? Babe-aw. No, I told you, we're not done with college. We're not done with college, don't you worry. Not at all. Not at all, not at all. Give me 1 second here. I do need to double check something really quickly, though. And we will figure it out from there. From there. Fucking college football music, god damn it. It's always the college football music. Always. Alright, well. You know what will make me feel better about our loss in the college football world? You know what'll make me feel better? As the chat says, or calls me, that is being a sellout. The best sellout I can possibly be. So said sellout needs to talk to you about the wonders of an upcoming film. The wonders of a classic remade. The wonders. Need a shill command. No, we don't. Leave me alone. I just lost in the college football playoff, and I want to be happy. And I'm gonna be happy by talking about the wonders. That's right, the wonders of Ice Cream Man. He's back. Damn it. He's back. And she's... Wow, okay, well.
What happened? Someone hurt
What happened indeed?
Who? Me.
Damn. How? Eli Roth, you're gonna get my channel banned. Jesus Christ. You're gonna get my goddamn channel banned, man.
What do you mean weird?
Sheesh. Like it's an approved ad, for God's sakes, but my God. They don't normally show that in trailers.
Just kept popping up. Like he was following me.
Sheesh.
Is everyone sick or something?
No, everyone's not sick. We just don't teach kids to wipe their damn mouths. What teacher is not telling this kid to go, like, to the bathroom and clean up? You know? Who's just sitting there, just being like, yeah, it's fine that this kid's disgusting.
Marcella.
Back to your classrooms.
All the kids are ill. I agree, it's not fun. Hold on, okay, up, hold on. We got the pops, though. We got Froggy's Swamp Pop, the Creepy Crawly Spider Pop, the Serpent Swirl. I really don't like how the logo on the left, how he's, like, squatting. I know he's supposed to be sitting, but we got the Billy Goat Bar, so we got one for Will Ospreay. The Buzz Hex Bar, the Locust Lick, the Stinger, the Croc Chomp. Oh, give me one of the Croc Chomps. Hell yeah. Do you think all the bars have the screwed up eyes like the Sonic bars? I paused at the best time. Dude, Twitch never has you be like, yeah, show like the most violent trailer possible. I'm gonna get canceled by Twitch for showing an ad that's approved by Twitch. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is beautiful.
They're trying to turn us. We have to run.
Hell yeah. Just doing snow angels in the blood pool. Hell yeah. Oh, man.
You can't just kill him.
The kids are not alright.
You have to cut his head off.
No, don't cut the Ice Cream Man's head off. Ah, they're having a meltdown. I see. Oh, man. Hold on. She just gets obliterated by a pressure washer. Oh, that's awesome. God damn. Like, trust me, I'm aware of Eli Roth as a director. I'm just surprised, like, for a Twitch sponsorship. It's like, yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just show, like, the goriest trailer we've ever been, like, allowed people to show. The funny thing is, God damn. The funny thing is, the moderation settings in chat need to be higher up. And then the ad is just this insanity. Oh, that's awesome.
Fucking kids.
Oh, God. Is this a remake? Yeah, it is. I don't know if, That's insane! I don't know if Clint Howard's in this movie like he was in the original. Holy shit, man. What more? I can't believe they're just like, yeah, here we go. Holy shit. That is unreal. Oh, my good night. All right, so by the way, literally, some of the key notes they mentioned, like, hey, aside from like, hey, horror fans really good. Literally, note 2, we put out the bloodiest, goriest trailer there ever was, so we'd love to see the additional reactions. You got it. You got it. Holy. IceCreamManMovie.com. Scoop your tickets today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh God. And actually, in fairness, I was incorrect and I apologize. It's not a remake. It is something entirely new. Which yeah. Yeah. So just to answer that question. But anyway, that is insanity. That is absolute insanity. That is not going to be for everybody, I'm sure. But when they said, like, hey, we're putting out the most ridiculous trailer we can. Oh my God, they weren't lying. Crash, I'm afraid to play it again. They leave you like a 5 to 10 minute window to like whenever you activate the thing to be like, yeah, okay, that's when you want to play the. I'm afraid to play the ad outside of that pre-approved window because I feel like I will actually get in trouble from Twitch because that was ridiculous, man. That was ridiculous. That is seriously one of the most ridiculous trailers I've ever seen. So mission accomplished there. Holy. Now obviously like, I was aware of like the trailer, but I'm like, man, I don't know what the hell that's gonna look like. Again, because I'm like, all right, it's an Eli Roth movie, like it's gonna be insane. Like, trust me, I grew up with, with Hostel revolutionizing the freaking horror genre, at least bringing that type of movie back to the forefront. But good lord, man. Good lord. Holy, can we pay you to not show that again? Yeah. Jesus. Jesus. Whew. Oh, man. My favorite part was still probably just destroying somebody with a pressure washer. I don't know why that got me so much. Holy. They made a brain cone. They really did. They really did. Ripley, so I've heard. So I've heard. I'm not the streamer that some people want me to be, and I'm so sorry. Jake, you're fine. Don't worry. I won't play it again. I do wonder if I'll get in trouble because the ad was like, hey, don't mention the 1995 movie. But I didn't. Somebody talked about it. So it wasn't my fault. You missed the open zombie. Oh, Crash, I didn't miss anything. I saw it all. All right. Well, I feel a little bit better after taking that time away. And, I did just realize for the YouTube side of things, I need to mark down as there was content of a certain kind. So let me do that real quick. Anyway, yeah, SMU won the national title. I'm still sad about it. I really thought this would be our year, but the good thing is, right? We did win our conference, even if we didn't win the conference title. We are heading to the SEC next season up into Tier 2, which means we are one step closer to accomplishing the ultimate goal, and that is winning the Big Ten Conference title. But obviously, these last two steps are going to be the two most difficult steps to make. But losing to the inevitable champions, it kind of has you as where you want to be, It has you one step closer to where you want to be. Crashy, you do what you can. You do what you can, The biggest of brains. All right. Well, with that, we already need to shift our focus to next season, which makes me very sad. I wasn't ready for that season to be over. Certainly a whirlwind of emotions throughout that season. Big ice cream brain. God damn. Alright. Let us reset our budget and truly, take a look at how much money we have to work with, which the answer is a ton. I'm also hoping we are up to a 4-star program, but I can't guarantee it. But, yeah, let's see what we're dealing with here. Ripley, yeah. That's another element of it, too. Torres, it's been a time. It's been a time, but I'm here. I'm breathing. So, could be better, could be worse, right? Quarterbacks. Kwenku and Freddie Love. Let's be honest, I kind of need to pay both of them. I cannot afford to have either of them leave due to positional minimums, right? So, that is what it is. Running backs. Oh, boy. Probably going to have to pay all of these guys, too, which is a little scary and definitely going to be a little bit pricey, but again, we can't really afford to have players leave. We have so much money. We're not going to be able to spend it all in the portal either. So, yeah, let's do what we got to do. To try to keep these people, there's a good amount of these guys that could end up going pro anyway, right? So, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty expensive team to try to keep together, but again, we might as well try, and a good amount of these guys will probably go pro anyway, right? Sergio Sacks number. Let's see. An O-line. Wilcox, of course, our highest rated offensive lineman, who is also always the worst. The best O-lineman you have is bound to be your worst. That's kind of how this game works. Alright, at least we'll go yellow bar for everybody. Cam O'Flage was nearly the linebacker of the year. There are quite a few seniors on this team, by the way, that I am going to be very sad to see go. But at the same time, they still weren't the ones that could bring a title to this team. Sergachev, I don't know. I kind of hope it is, though. We'll never look at the ice cream man again the same way. There you go, Taker. Hope you love bombing, though. Dairy Maine. I mean, it should be. That'd be delightful. It is perfect, you're right. Okay, man, our budget's up to almost 9,000. It's not bad. I can't believe SMU went on to win that national title, man. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. We got a verbal commit from 3-star gem Mike Sawyer. At least I think he was a gem. I shouldn't say that with certainty. He actually wasn't. Of course, there were some 3-stars we were trying to take a look at previously. Players leaving. Here we go. Quarterback, Aries Byler. Warrior with a bop and a half with the 1,000 bits. What a man. What a man. Bopped. Aries Byler graduates. Aries, maybe we should have started you this year. Alani Kwan projected to go pro, but as a 7th round pick. Damn. We do have 13 points we could put on Kwan to try to get a higher draft pick. But there's nothing else we can put on him. Yeah, he's done. Fair enough. Running backs. Joe John is going to need to be convinced to stay. Otherwise, he is a first-round projected player. Fuck. That would save us a good amount of money, though. Wideouts. Dick the Cock Johnson. Looking to go pro. First-round projection. This guy was normal dev, too. Deshaun Champion looking to go pro. BJ McCoon looking to transfer. While Dean Collins is going to go pro. Craig Cush is going to go pro. And Isaac Biggums has graduated. Damn. Tight ends. Mateo Costanzo is going pro. Cannot convince him otherwise. Then you have Pee Joke Small. Also going pro, another first-round projection, which is crazy. And Brian Boitano II has graduated. Left guard, Ralph Beaver has graduated. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. Center, Jermaine Bourne looking to go pro as a 7th-round pick. Right guard, Mike Chase has graduated. Edge rusher, Moses Splitthesea has graduated. DTs, Hashim Olajuwon and Evan Costanzo, who will go down as one of the most disappointing players. He started on a record-setting pace and fell off a cliff. Edge rusher, Got Dang has graduated, while Quincy Curtin looks to go pro. Linebacker Gurlette Boyette looking to leave before their senior year. Cam O'Flage will forgo his senior year. He is leaving. Charles in charge. Javier Patman and Garrison Aurora have graduated. Aurora should be back, though, because we did redshirt him. Linebacker Dill Pickles will forgo his senior year and is leaving. I don't know if we're making it to the Final Four again next year. John Jonnings will have to be convinced to stay. John O'Sullivan has graduated, and Devin Lowell is looking to go pro. Safety Lyle Crocodile has graduated. Kickers Tyree Pepper, Eric Nunez, and Jeff Barkow have graduated, as has punter Zach Booty. Damn. Damn. I don't think... Razor, I never hit the roster cap to have to cut those kickers. So, Endurance, what's up? I mean, Boitano does have 20 points. If I take a look... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Okay, so yeah, we're fine. So if we go back through to the quarterbacks, there was nothing we could do for Quan. Is there anything we can do for Byler? First-round pick from Tulane, from Tulane. Burger King and Blues Band at local bar. Oh, so you're living your best life. You're living your best life. I'm doing okay. I wish I was also at Blues Band, seeing Blues Band at local bar and eating Burger King. That sounds like a delightful weekend. At least Canadian Burger King, not American Burger King. We've been over this. Don't eat U.S. Burger King, but if you eat Burger King from a place where they have food standards, it's actually kind of good. Well, I'm on the way home now. Boo. All right, Joe John, we got an extremely low chance of keeping you for your senior year. Joe John is going pro. Burger King was the artist playing at the bar. Makes sense. Let's see. Dick the Cock Johnson is leaving. Deshaun Champion is leaving. BJ McCoon is staying. Good. Okay. Any upgrades for any of these guys to just try to make sure they are indeed as high of a pick as possible? Let's go route running for the Cock. He's up to a 93, so that should definitely be a first-round pick. What about Deshaun Champion? What about Deshaun? Anything for 5 points? IQ. He's now a 92. Very nice. Very nice. What about Collins? T-Boyle, yeah. I talked about it a bit at the start, but things are looking better as opposed to last night, which was a lot of like, oh boy, what's happening? So, hoping for more good news in a couple of hours, actually. Well, a couple, like 7 or 8, but still. Tight end Costanzo, we know is gone. Would you eat Burger King in Finland? The question is, would you eat Burger King in Finland again? And the answer is yes. Nothing hits quite like Finnish Burger King after a 7-hour flight. Burger King Alainen. Oh, let's see. Even if it's the one at, oh, actually, no, that one is still there. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's a Burger King called something different in Australia. Hungry Jack's. Good old Hungry Jack's. I know Chase didn't have any upgrade points. Ukapeka Burger King Alainen. The name just keeps going. It just keeps going. Let's see. God, we can't update anything for Olajuwon either? Fuck. What about 10 points for Costanzo? Is that not enough? I'll give you some power moves. Hopefully that's enough. Hopefully that's enough to see him through. Gerlet Boyette is going to stay. Good. We know Cam O'Flage is going to go. Dill Pickles is going to go. John Jonnings will stay. 8 points for Dill Pickles. Crash, we can't, unfortunately. I wish. I prefer Hungry Jacks to McDonald's. McDonald's quality here has gone down a bit. Macca's rhymes with crap. It doesn't, though. It doesn't. Alright. Well, there we go. Losing that trio of juniors with no chance to keep them around. You hate to see it, but there's our resident audit. I mean, final is one of them. Alright. We march, we move. I'm still pretty sad about that loss, but what are you going to do? At least we didn't lose anybody who was actually, you know, looking to just go to a different program, right? So, I mean, that's one positive to have. Draft results. First round picks. Joe John, Dick, The Cock, Johnson, Dean Collins, Deshaun Champion, Mateo Costanzo, PP Joke Small, Camouflage, and Dill Pickles all in the first round. Craig Cush and Quincy Curtin go in the third round. Fourth round, Devin Lowell. Sixth round, Alani Kwan and Jermaine Bourne. And Hashim Olajuwon in the seventh round. And we are now also a 3.5-star program, so there is some improvement. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. It's sick. No, it was something I could do through Twitch. So we are still playing college foosball, but I was a sellout, as people like to say. You know. All right. Well, we need to take a look at who's left on our team after all of that, because that was a lot. So quarterbacks, we're down to 2. That's Love and Kwenku. Running backs, we have 3 because Joe John left. Obviously 0 fullbacks as always. Wideouts, Collins, Johnson, Champion are all gone. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 wideouts left, because Bigums will still be here. We have 1 tight end left, and that's old Greg. We have 2 left tackles, 1 left guard, 2 centers, 2 right guards, and 2 right tackles. Edge rushers. We have 2 on the left side. 2 on the right side. We have 3 defensive tackles. 3 strong side linebackers. 3... Nope, Camouflage left too, didn't he? We have 2 middle linebackers. Then the weak side, 1, 2... Nope, Pickles left too. Fuck. So we have Gallimore and Jonnings, 2 on the weak side. Corners, thankfully, Roy Boito stayed, so we have 7 corners. 4 free safeties. 2 strong safeties. 0 kickers, and 0 punters. We gotta solve that issue. Unfortunately. Delightful, Crashy. Delightful. Oh, it was his penis. Alright, so. Can we get a kicker from SMU? No shit, right? Taking a look at the players that we have so far. Center, Eric Tangalo. We'll factor in as a guard. Wide out, Max Clements. There'll be 5 players there. A tight end, Antonio Reese. An athlete, Tolbert, who is set up to be more of a running back, but we'll see if he can play somewhere else. There's Akindele. Karmazi. For the O-line, Melvin as another wideout, theoretically. Eagles decided to go to Georgia Tech, and then we have Skaggs, who is also potentially a running back. So we are still talking to a handful of people. There's going to be a bunch of 3-stars that we were tempted to talk to that we haven't really gotten to talk to yet, so I got to be honest. For now, these guys are off the board. Most of them are gone anyway. But yeah, for now, take them off the board. See what else we have. Muted, hello. Speaking of Australians, there's another one. There's literally a handful of them. All right. Let's see. I mean, Ripley, that would be pretty good, honestly. All right, so the question is whether or not we still want to target these particular guys. I mean, it would certainly help the running back wideout scenario, so we probably will keep them. If we go look at the prospect list, all the 5-stars are gone. What about the 4? Muted, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. All things considered, we're doing all right. Let's see. 5 stars. Okay, so 5 stars out of the portal. Dwayne Wood, Dante Merritt, and Cassidy Wood. The Woods? The Woods is his. Alright. And then what about 4 stars? Yeah, that's a lot of options. That's a lot of options. Good lord. And we do still need a kicker and a punter. Okay. Vernon Rogamba. We might as well see if we can secure your services. We might as well, right? We will make him a gamer, and we will schedule him for a visit on... Let's go play style. Could go conference prestige, but it's fine either way. Wow, the menus are slow when they want to be. Heflin might also theoretically be another running back, but he is an athlete. I'll pencil him in as a running back, but at least we know he might be able to play somewhere else. We'll schedule you for a visit on contender status. Darren Moran, potentially a wideout. Let's see if we can get you to sign up. We don't yet know what you're interested in, but deduction would say star search. We will schedule you for a visit on playing time. Then we have wideout Gordon Sheridan. SMU wants him, which means I'm going to, you know, give them the big old stone cold double middle finger and say, You're ours. Let's see. Contender status. Yeah, contender status. Come here instead of to the team that just won the national title. Athlete Vi Cop is penciled in. Actually, Sheridan would also be another one of those wideouts. Vi Cop is penciled in as a quarterback. I always forget about that emote. Mr. Cop, we don't know what to do with you yet, but let's hope that you're a gamer. And we'll schedule you for next week. On play style, it's a bit risky, but I need to spend these points. And then the verbal commit for Mike Sawyer. Michael Motorcycle. Schedule you for a visit next week on contender status. Okay. So then there's the 5 stars out of the portal, which we will immediately invest in and hope that we can make up some ground. And then the question will be, what do we do with the 4 stars? We probably target the 4 stars that are interested in us first. That would make sense. Also, Sawyer projected to probably be a linebacker, if not an edge rusher. And we have Wood at left tackle, 6'8", 300. Jesus. It's a big-ass boy. Another wideout, which is okay. And a defensive tackle, Cassidy Wood from Tifton, Georgia. All right, so the 4 stars. Right. Another quarterback wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. If we're being honest. Muted somehow. That streak is still going. I don't know how, but it is. We definitely don't need any more running backs or wideouts unless someone's like super easy to get. There is a guy that has his top 2. That said, proper tight end would be decent. Torrey Paul and Steve Busby. Busby 6'6", 243. What a beast. For the O-line, let's go with anybody that has us in the top 5. What tier are we going to now? Tier number 2. Shockingly enough. Alright, Stevie Busby. We'll see if we can make a dent for any of these guys, because really there's nothing else to focus on. Kicker punter we'll figure out starting in week number 3. Given that we are going to need a lot of help. Start going 25 points on these guys, and even then, there is not going to be enough. There ended up being a lot of people available. And I don't even actually have enough money to offer all of these guys a contract. So that's unfortunate. Guess we'll just put Austin Joe on 15 points. Well, I just accidentally offered him a scholarship without any money, so he's definitely not going to want to come here. Whoops. Whoops. That's okay. We'll live. We will live. Ignore the 5 stars for the 4s. I mean, I probably should. Do you think NIL has made this challenge easier? I think not having any, like, super restrictions on recruiting down in the lower levels and just going with the game's built-in restrictions was helpful. And also, I'm telling you, just a lot of luck. A lot of luck. Alright, so Rugamba. We're looking good. Heflin. We're looking good. Moran. We're looking good. Sheridan. Only way we're going to get this guy is if we offer him more money. He has a 94 speed wideout as a true freshman. So yeah, SMU can fuck off. I want this guy. Vi Cop was not a gamer. So we gotta figure out what's up with this guy. And honestly, we're probably gonna overspend to get this dude. I really don't want to lose him to South Florida. He does have a visit this week, though, so we might not have to spend too much. Let's go 20. Well, can't do that. Oh, that's fine. Everything's fine. I don't math so good. We did get Sawyer, which is nice. Dwayne Wood already locked us out, so that's a left tackle down. Then there's Dante Merritt. We haven't even scouted yet, which we might have to. Also, the defensive tackle, Cassidy Wood, took us off the board. And then we'll have to double-check some of the other 4-stars, won't we? Zach Van Horn, let's be honest, he's going to Oregon. I can't out-duel them. Eric Cadou's probably going to Indiana. I don't think I can out-battle. Stanford, we can fight. Alabama, Nebraska, no shot. Ivory, no shot to win that fight. Osborne, no shot to win that fight. We look okay for Paul. We look okay for Busby. We look okay for Merritt. All right. So, Mr. Busby. Yeah, I mean, we basically... Well, okay. I was going to say we basically have to fight for everybody. We should be okay to put Ragamba on 20 points. We got to try to maximize our effort here. So, Ragamba on 20 points, and then 20 points aspirational goal for Heflin. That should be good. All right. From there, Busby. Let's try to out-duel Wisconsin. Steve, you don't want a mansion in Wisconsin. You want a log cabin in the state of Maine. Schedule for a visit on Contender. Mr. Ball. Let's see. Hard sell. He's a gamer. And we'll get you on Pro Potential. Mr. Ball. So let's see again. That's 2 tight ends that we're going for. It's a right guard and another wideout and Merritt. All right, Mr. Ball. We can definitely outduel Stanford, right? What, do you want a proper education? Or do you want to play football? Come on. The choice is obvious. And then wide out Dante Merritt. We just got to keep on 50. Okay, back to the portal. What do we got for the 5 stars? Nobody left. What do we got for the 4 stars? Plenty of people left. Actually, not really. If you think about it. Not really. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, shit. Yeah, there's too many. I gotta pay attention then. So this wideout, Cushenberry, ASU is interested. I feel like we could fight for him. Kindred, he's going to Oregon. Iowa and Louisville? Maybe. I mean, Louisville's been pretty damn good in this timeline. It is another wide receiver, though. Clemson, let him go. LSU, let him go. Gordon Penning, we'll fight for him. Edge rusher Vieira. Wisconsin, BYU, Washington, Minnesota. I can't compete with that. AJ Cedar. Fuck it. Let's go for him. Iosefakiki. Let's go for him. Daryl Aragon. Looks like he really wants to go to Pittsburgh, but we'll try to fight. Running back Ferris is Iowa, Virginia, BYU. Quarterback Diego Fuentes, we can definitely go for. Lamar Gastineau. Prince McCracken at wideout. Ryan Dykes. Louisville for... Floyd Boyd. I have to fight for Floyd Boyd. His name is Floyd Boyd. Johnny Money. Boise State. Memphis and Virginia. Let's try. Cisco, Nebraska and Indiana. No shot. Charlie October, no shot. Central Florida, Minnesota, Cordell Busby will fight for him, and then Kirby Beard. Okay. Well, those are the 4 stars. Merritt is unhappy with the competition level, which means one of these wideouts are significantly better than him. So I'll leave him on the board for now, I guess. I guess. Alright. So, needs scholarship. Just spam a bunch of this, and then some of the 3 stars we'll still have to look for. We will... I've been making some name notes. That's fair. Just in case, huh? I mean, hey, never too early to think about it. No guarantees we get these guys, but just in case, right? Johnny Money for nothing. Kirby Beard. Alright. So, Mr. Beard. Yeah, I mean, we could go 40. I'm going to try to go 50 and get away with it. Busby, because we have some of these guys we can put on the hard sell. Let's put him on the clutch. Schedule him for a visit next week on playstyle. I don't even know if some of these guys are actually technically worth trying to bring in. But I'm going for them anyway. Floyd Boyd, we'll have to come back to. Anybody else ready for a visit? No. Okay. So Floyd Boyd, 25 points. Honestly, Mr. Beard, let's drop you down to 25 as well. At least for the moment. Make sure we got the points here. I don't know if I did the math correctly. Let's be honest, I probably didn't. But we'll play it safe, because we do still have 4 spots. And we do need a kicker, and we do need a punter. So the sooner we have the ability to go talk to people on the portal, the better. Or we go and try to talk to people on the prospect list proper. Alright, Fuentes and Gastineau are the 2 I want to prioritize here. I mean, technically, we could start to scout those guys, though. You know what? Let's go try to find a kicker and a punter really quickly. God damn you, menus! Sometimes you register the buttons, other times you don't register the buttons. Up is down, down is up. That's how you know we're in Australia. Alright, kickers. There's one dude, Adrian Irwin, and there is not a punter. Fuck. Well, Adrian, I hope your leg is strong, because you're about to kick it off your body. There are still a couple of 3 stars that are interested in us. I mean, the extra running backs and wideouts I don't really care about. But what about this quarterback, Dante Wilder? Close enough. And then Trayvon Atwell. Alright. So, Mr. Irwin, give you some points. Mr. Wilder, send you an offer. And Mr. Atwell, send you an offer. And for Mr. Wilder, soft sell. Oh boy. Well, time to guess if you're a gamer or not. Let's hope. Which way does the toilet flush? It doesn't. It just goes straight down. With the might of Zeus. We do get the verbal commit from the 4-star, Vernon Rugamba. Yamanga. Johnny Money locked us out, even though he's visiting this week. That sounds about right. And it's already week 3. God help me. Okay. So Rugamba should be fine to keep on the 20. Maybe. I mean, the fact that Utah's still there kind of scares me a little bit. Let's just go all out, try to get this guy. Javon Heflin, we should be fine. Moran, we're still just kind of waiting. Sheridan. SMU has a visit this week. We haven't been able to surpass them. Sheridan's gone. Vi Kopp had a visit last week. He is still interested in South Florida. I am going to offer him more money. And if that doesn't do it, we're out. Yeah, if that doesn't do it, we're out. Busby. Shit. Ah, Wisconsin and ASU showed up. He already had a visit last week, and they're ahead of us. He's gone. Torrey Paul, we still look good for. Jared Ball. We'll try one more strike because we have a visit for him this week, and we'll give him more money. Especially since we had to take some people off the list. Merritt. Was mad about playtime. TCU's ahead, and we'll take him off the board. Cushenberry, 25 points, did nothing. He's got an offer from ASU. He's gone. Penning. We look okay for Penning. We look okay for Cedar. And Kiki. Aragon. We are going to have to really fight for here. But we can. Another defensive player would not be the worst thing in the world right now. We'll also schedule you for a visit this week on contender status. Fuentes. We'll keep fighting for now. Gastineau, we look okay. McCracken, Dykes, Floyd Boyd is in his top 5 role. Let's see if we can outduel Louisville for this guy. Status seekers, schedule you for a visit next week. We'll go conference prestige over brand exposure. Johnny Money is off the board. Busby. He's got a visit this week. He's going to need more money. And we can spend that money. Let's go for Cordell Busby. We look good for Beard so far. Kicker Irwin. Scholarship wasn't enough to make a dent. We really got to go after that guy. Wilder. He's probably going to TCU. He did have a visit last week, though. I'm going to try, because we... Okay, you know, I got to scout this guy first. 88 throw power. Yeah. I do need a quarterback on the roster. This guy isn't the best one, but I at least need a body to play quarterback here, so... Let's go after this guy. Visit this week on conference prestige. And an edge rusher, Atwell. It's a bunch of lower-level schools going after this guy. I think we can make up that ground. We can spend our way to glory here. Just an immediate 50 points. Okay, we got a couple points left. We do still need a punter, which is not good. Really quickly, 5 stars, they're all gone. 4 stars, there's one left. It's the running back, Jamal Ferris, but he's probably gone. And then 3 stars, we were looking at these. Actually, we really haven't looked at these guys yet. I can't prioritize any of these guys yet. We need a kicker or a punter. If we look on the prospect list proper... Okay. So, it's either we go for a 2-star kicker punter that's a freshman, or we go for somebody out of the portal that happens to be a 2-star. Brando, close enough, right? Is there a kicker or punter that's interested in us that could make this easier? There's one guy, DeMarcus Cumberland. Congratulations, Mr. Cumberbund. We need you. At this point, it doesn't really matter if you're good or not. We just need you. Okay, so Portal, 3 stars. Who else makes sense to target with scholarships? Not a quarterback, not a running back, not a wideout, not really a tight end. Offensive line help, defensive help. It's kind of the name of the game. There's a couple of free safeties. That guy's probably going to Minnesota. That guy's probably going to Virginia. Maybe could fight for them. There's a couple of corners as well. Quite a few linebackers. Okay, so there's plenty of defensive options still. Anybody left on the O-line? There is a center, Mike James, who has interest from SMU. But we'll try. Yeah, he's the last one. Shit. And then there's still a bunch of edge rushers. That guy's got an offer from SMU, or ASU, excuse me. Illinois. Casper's got offers, but it's from a lot of lower level schools. Same for Waller. Okay. What about defensive tackles? There's one dude, Vernon. He's got some good offers. What do we got for those linebackers then? Anybody that doesn't have an offer on them at this point? No. Well, actually, I mean, in fairness, I didn't check Crook at the bottom there, did I? Or Antwine. Fuck. Path of least resistance, Bruce Baquette. Shaquem Wiley. Earl La Cold Cut combo. What about these corners? And path of least resistance. We'll start with those two. Alright, so Mike James, we gotta be all in for you, buddy. The O-line's gonna be looking pretty thin again, honestly. Shit. Let's go for Shaquem Wiley on that scholarship offer. The other guy's gonna have to wait. We'll go for Lacombo since he has us in his top 3 already. It's going down to the wire, as it always does. You feel like you're in a good spot in this 4-week window, and it disappears real fast. Greg Costanzo decommits from, I think that was Boston College. Okay. We do get the tight end, Torrey Paul. Delightful. He is the only one, though. And Vi Kopp has verbally commit to USF. Shit. Okay, this is a little bit scary heading into the final week, then. A little bit scary indeed. So we got Sawyer. We got the verbal from Ragamba. We'll keep him on 40. We're done there. Heflin should be ours. Moran. A gem of a 4-star wideout. Only thing I can do... Oh, that's right. He was the guy that was unsure because of the competition level. There is still a chance we could get this guy. So we'll go for the hard sell. We'll bump up the scholarship offer and see if we can steal him away from Georgia Tech. Vi Kopp. He's still choosing them over us, and they have a visit with them this week. He's gone. We got the commit from Paul. We're in a battle for right guard Jared Ball. There's nothing more I can do for him. Gordon Penning. We can try. Is he worth it? 96 speed. 93 release at 6'2". Yep, he is worth fighting for. What do we want? A wideout worth fighting for. Oh, Mulan. The original version, not the remake. Let's up Gordon Penning's offer here. Thank you very much. Then we have AJ Cedar. We want to make sure we get this guy. We also got to flex some financial muscle, which we might as well. We have it. Yosef Akiki should be ours. I mean, unless somebody else swoops in on an offer, that guy should be ours. Pretty straightforward. Aragon locked us out. Fuentes should be ours. I'll keep him on 25 instead of 10, but he should be ours. Honestly, I really do need a quarterback, so fuck it. Let's give him some money. Gastineau looks to be ours regardless. Good. We can drop him down to 10 points, try to make a play for some others. What about Prince McCracken? The concern with this guy is he's not all that decisive. So let's fight for him and try to make up that ground. We have Ryan Dykes. Kind of the same thing. He's not all that decisive. Let's see. Prince former name. Prince symbol. Floyd Boyd. We do have a visit for this guy this week. Let's fight for him. I mean, the guy's name is Floyd Boyd. We don't even have to change... Well, we wouldn't anyway. We don't even have to change his name. Busby did not sign with us. Beard should be ours. We shouldn't have to do too much for him. You need to be a wideout-based university. Whoo, Adrian Irwin. Shit. We might need to go after one more kicker or punter just to make sure we're okay. Wilder. I think we're out on him, man. TCU's gonna get him. Atwell. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I don't know what to sell him on. We're just going to have to take a bit of a shot in the dark. It's not primetime player. It's not hometown hero. It's not aspirational goals or house call. It's got to be Sunday player. There we go. Anybody kicking from 70 yards out? I can only hope. Can't get that guy on a visit. It's going to be close. The punter, DeMarcus Cumberland. We'll definitely go all in for you. I am going to have to target another kicker or another punter just to be safe, which kind of sucks. But Mike James, we're looking pretty good for you. Get you the hard sell on... Nope, not that one. Again, why can't there just be a little indicator? Have it blink, like, hey, pick me, pick this one. I'll say it every time until the right person hears that complaint. All right, we're looking good for these other guys here. So Bruce Baquette, we just have to hope is decent. That's pretty much the conversation. We just gotta hope this guy's decent. 50 points. Wiley, 50 points. Just because he still hasn't even gotten to that top 5 phase yet. And then Earl Lakolka combo, same thing. Okay. The final week, the final countdown. Are there any kickers or punters in this entire country, I don't care what your star rating is, that happens to be interested in us? In fairness, that was just the recommended list. That's really not going to help. We need to go any state, kicker, punter. Okay, transfer portal. I need you. I need you here. Kicker. And obviously, we're in first for Irwin. So, yeah, we are just going to have to take a shot in the dark here. Which is not great. Because it's going to minimize how many points we have for everybody else. Do we have anybody in a pipeline? Vince Robinson. Lichtensteiger. And then what about the punters? There's a couple of options here as well. I mean, we might as well go from the guy from our own backyard and Vince Robinson. Just as a safety net. And see what the hell happens. Is there any way to free up a little bit of extra money to go after 4 more dudes? Rugamba. What if we drop you down to a soft sell? And then technically that gives us enough points to at least offer scholarships, right? There's not going to be any 5 stars left. We already know that. There's not going to be any 4 stars left. But what about the 3s? All right, we do still have 3s. Anybody that's interested in us. Tyrone Pepper's probably going to Nebraska. Valdez is probably gone. All we could really do is for people in these defensive positions, just try to, I mean, because we need the defense way more than the offense. Although quarterback, apparently not, but... All right, who are we most likely to get? Waller has an offer from San Diego State, where he's from. That seems unlikely. Bowringer, Maryland, and Rutgers. And Nebraska. This guy's got a really weak offer from Wyoming. Let's go after him. Trying to be tactical if we can. This guy's got a pretty weak offer from Navy. Let's go after him. I wish we could go after one of the corners, but it's just way too unlikely. This safety here, Marcel Daly. And then just one more dude. One more dude. Paradise, I will talk about it in a minute. Let me try not to make a dumb mistake here. Oh, man. So we could go after, like, another wideout, another running back, but there's no point. Valdez is going definitely to TCU. I mean, maybe if there's a gadget wideout who could theoretically potentially be a quarterback, like Amari Fogg, might be worthy of that final spot. Because, again, Pepper is so unlikely. And also was fed to Al Snow. I wish someone like Spriggs was still available, but he's not going to be. Bowringer is quite the risk as well. There's one gadget-type wideout, and he has no offers from anybody else. Let's go for him. Could end up being the extra quarterback depth that we need. So, Stephen Mare, all we can do is offer you a scholarship, but we can offer you money. Let's hope for the best. Pat Went, same thing. We can offer you money. Marcel Daly, we'll offer you some money. And Amari Fogg, we will offer you some money. So we are still going after 2 kickers and a punter. As long as we get 2 out of 3, we're good. Let's see what happens. Some good news, everyone. Please. We get Darren Moran, the 4-star wideout gem. Jared Ball, 4-star O-lineman. Gordon Penning, 4-star wideouts. AJ Cedar, 4-star wideouts. Yosef Akiki, 4-star wideout. Diego Fuentes, 4-star quarterback. Lamar Gastineau, 4-star quarterback. Ryan Dykes, 4-star wideouts. Floyd Boyd, 4-star wideouts. Adrian Irwin, good, the kicker ended up signing. 3-star kicker. DeMarcus Cumberland, 2-star punter. Mike James, 3-star guard. Bruce Baquette, 3-star linebacker. Shaquem Wiley, 3-star linebacker. Earl Lacombo, 3-star linebacker. Amari Fogg, yes, 3-star wideout / quarterback. Javon Heflin, 4-star running back. This is perfect. Vince Robinson, the 1-star kicker. Prince McCracken, the 4-star wideout. Let's fucking go. We missed out on one dude that was on our board at that point. Let's fucking go. That was phenomenal. How'd the playoff run go? We lost to SMU in the Final Four. Devastated. They hit a 61-yard walk-off field goal. Ohio State with the #1 class, then Ole Miss, Nebraska, Tennessee, and Notre Dame. We were at number 13 in the country with 30 players, 21 4-stars. Hell yeah. Easily our best class to date. We also spent quite a bit of money. Not in the top 10, but more than Penn State did with 5 extra people. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to spend money to be able to swing your luck towards the high end of the deal. Kennesaw State, Jack State, Monroe, Eastern Michigan, Mid-10, the worst classes. South Bama spent the least amount of money with 18 2-stars. Fair enough. Let's see how we did. Let's see. So, the transfer, Diego Fuentes, only normal dev, but we needed the body. Lamar Gastineau, elite dev. Outstanding. That is a hell of a pickup from the portal right there. Running backs, impact dev for George Tolbert, star dev for Kiki Akindele, impact for Skaggs, Rugamba, and star dev for Javon Heflin. Oh, we cooked. Impact dev for Clements, Melvin, elite dev Darren Moran, elite dev Gordon Penning, impact for Cedar, impact for McCracken, impact for Floyd Boyd, star dev Amari Fogg. What a class. Star dev Torrey Paul. Impact dev Luis Carmazzi. Impact for Ball. Elite dev center Eric Tangelo. Oh my goodness. Elite dev Bruce Paquette. He'll only be here for 1 year though. Impact dev for Lacombo. Impact dev for Irwin. And normal dev for Cumberland. Our best class to date. It's not even close. Not even close. Did we make sure that Fuentes isn't a Nazi? I mean, you know, you check what you can. Oh, man. So, yeah, for anybody that missed it, again, last night I had to end stream abruptly. It was like, hey, your dad's going to have surgery. And I'm like, fucking what? And he did. It went well. We're hoping he will be released in the morning. I'll find out around like 8 o'clock or so, unless there's a delay. If not, I'll miss stream on Sunday because I'll have to go down there. That way my sister, who's been down there with them, can go home. So, yeah. Did we lose any guys to the portal? That is a very good point. Actually, no, we didn't. That's right. No one was leaving to the portal. So actually, we already know the answer. So. But yeah, and then the Tarek Skubal trade happened, which is the least surprising thing in the history of sports. Right? The least surprising thing in the history of sports. Trash deal. I mean, it is, but the thing is, nobody else was going to trade a shitload for him, knowing that he was going to leave in the offseason. He was going to go to the Dodgers. You might as well trade him to the Dodgers and get something for him. So, it's worth it from the Tigers' perspective. The problem for the Tigers is that they didn't pay him in the first place. Unless you are confident that he is not going to stay healthy or is going to fall, you know, in terms of effectiveness or anything like that, right? But, you know, getting, you know, 2 of the Dodgers' top 10 prospects, you know, Zaire Hope's number 25 on the top 100 list in general, like, they did okay. The problem is, yeah, they should have paid him. You know? That's the problem. Is they absolutely should have paid him. Speaking of getting paid. What? I don't know what you're talking about. River Ryan is trash and shouldn't be on that list. I mean, regardless, the point remains the same, is that he was leaving. And he was going to be a Dodger. Now, if you want to sit there and say that a team that is looking to win, like, if there was a team that is like, this is our only year to compete, then yeah, somebody definitely could have overspent. River Ryan's an elite white boy name, you're not wrong. Somebody definitely could have overspent on, you know, a 2-month rental. I'm not disagreeing with that. But at the same time, you know, like there's only... It's only so likely for that to happen, you know? So, like I said, I mean, yeah, we're definitely heading towards a lockout. That's not even a question. But, you know, we will see what happens. We will see. Oh my god, excuse me. We will see. I also, okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to run a second one of these, so you're in luck, chat. You are in luck. I was going to try to run another one, because your boy is going to have to pay for gas money to get down to Boston. But, I don't think it'll let me run two of them in the same night. Damn. Well, next stream, look forward to another sellout moment from your favorite neighborhood streamer. Have I mentioned like and subscribe on YouTube and channel memberships? Have I mentioned following Twitch and Prime subs? There we go. See, I'm a good streamer. I'm a good streamer. I mention all the things. Money, 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 money. Anyway. But yeah, as we've kind of talked about, right? Like, the only way... Like, the Dodgers aren't doing anything wrong. You know? As much as it's like, yeah, but it doesn't feel right, they're not doing anything wrong. And you will have to change... You will have to change the blueprints, the entire framework of how baseball currently works in order to enact change. And that's certainly going to be talked about when there is a lockout, you know? Players aren't voting for a salary cap. Uh-huh. And that is the problem. You might have fans and probably some owners who are like, this is fucking ridiculous. But at the same time, the players aren't going to vote for a salary cap. There's no way. Unless they get a crazy amount of things in their favor elsewhere, there's no way they're going to vote for a salary cap and potentially hinder but also hinder what they are potentially going to get paid in the first place. Right, oh, I got 4 quarterbacks. We can keep Clap and Fog where they are. It's like asking politicians to vote for a pay decrease or a tax hike for them. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. This is an NHL 20 years ago where half the league was broke. Right. I mean, you know, there is a pretty big difference. Like, again, we looked at that Forbes list from last year of MLB team valuations, right? And here, I can actually bring it up because it was in my bookmarks. The fact of the matter is, there is not a single team in the league that isn't valued at least $1 billion. And that includes the Marlins. If you look at revenue, like the lowest was the Athletics, and they still made like $257 million last year. You know, operating income, you can speak to that. But you know, the base idea is that for the most part, there is not a team that is not owned. Oh, it was black screen? Ah, shit. Yeah, sorry. Well, regardless, the information's out there. You know, I'll even link it to you if you want to look at it yourself. Fucking always forget to do that. Wish there was an auto setting. But yeah, like, there isn't a team in the league that can't afford to pay players a bunch of money. There is not a single team in the league that can't afford that, but you have owners who refuse, right, to pay. You have owners who are just like, fuck you, I'm going to invest the bare minimum to get the maximum return and have the ego stroke of, I'm important, I own a professional sports team, right? Like, that's what a good amount of them want to do, is just have people, you know, stroke their fucking ego, and probably something else, by being like, oh, you're so important and cool because you own a sports team. And then these same owners will bitch about, like, the Dodgers actually spending their money. Like, at the end of the day, again, the Dodgers aren't doing anything wrong. You know? Like, they're a very rich team, and they're flexing their financial muscle. There are plenty of other teams that can do that. Again, the Yankees have a current higher evaluation than the Dodgers. You know? But it's just where we're at right now. Alright, so I don't believe we had a single defensive player who couldn't actually tackle. So that's good. Tigers owners top 10. Oh yeah, it's the fucking Illich family, isn't it? Still? Like, they're worth a fucking shitload. They could have easily paid Scooble. They decided not to. The Mets flex the cash, but then they just suck. Yeah. Well, that's the other issue too, right? Is flexing the cash properly is the other issue that often comes up with these teams. Is like, well, we spent money. It's like, yeah, you have to spend it wisely. You can't just spend for the sake of spending, you know? But they didn't pay for Erlander or Scherzer, so why is Scooble? Well, I mean, and that's the issue too, right? So, all right, Tolbert, we are going to probably move to safety. Heflin, I think we'll also move Heflin over to safety. Isaac Biggums, if we were to move you, it would also be to safety. Jesus Christ. Athlete Sawyer. Defensive end, season 11. I think we're actually even heading into season 12 at this point, which is crazy, but yes, hello, Trifling. We have made a whole lot of progress. Skaggs would be a linebacker. Any other offensive players on defense? No. We're getting 5 stars this year. We'll have a better chance to fight for him, at least. I don't know for sure if we'll get them. Alright, linebacker for Skaggs. Tolbert. Let's move to safety. Heflin. Let's move over to safety and Sawyer as a defensive end. How many bowl games? How many championships? I can get the exact number for you, I believe. We just lost in the playoffs, unfortunately, for the second time. Yeah, that is our record at this point. There you go. That is what we have done so far. But again, most of our bowl games, I feel like, have been playoff games at this rate. Never lost to a rival, though. So that's not bad. Alright. Back to the task at hand. Funny number. There was indeed a funny number. Alright, so punter, that's fair. Kicker, at least Irwin's really good. And then Vince Robinson absolutely sucks. Okay. Strong safety, George Gettison, the 7-star general. I don't want to take your shtick there with the old salute, but I really want to. Thank you very much for the raid and the follow, man. What's going on? How's college football been treating you lately over the past couple streams? This game is repeatedly kicking me in the groin. It's quite painful, actually. Quite painful indeed. I started with my dynasty, didn't assume recruiting. I'm not a head coach, started as no say. It takes a little bit of getting used to now with the NIL, but once you get used to it, it's not that bad. But yeah, definitely there's that acclimation process, for lack of a better term. Oh, 70-yard. I like how every time the field goal that we lost on is mentioned, it ends up just being an even longer field goal than what it actually was. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. Right? Yeah, that's fine. Corners. To move can of corner over to safety. That feels sacrilegious, but, you know, we do what we got to do. Hello, everybody coming in from the 7-star general. Well, yeah, we were able to raid earlier this week, last week. Fun stream. Definitely a fun stream. We do dumb dynasty mode things here. I once kicked a field goal this long. Basically. Feels like Al Bundy every time he talks about the high school career. Alright, let's see. About 220 to 240. What do we got for linebackers here? Let's move Garrison Aurora over to edge rusher. Is it worth letting the AI kick your field goals? Based off of what just happened in that last game, I can't tell you it's a bad idea. You know? Man, what just happened to me in that playoff game? That said, though, if you let the AI kick it and they miss it, you're going to wish that you kicked it yourself. So that's the risk. Always keep that in mind. Alright. And everything there is okay. Defensive tackles. A lot of potential edge rushers. Fair enough. Okay. So let's see then. Theoretically, offensive tackles, guards, everything looks good there. Centers, let's move Eric Tangelo out to guard. That guy's going to be a beast. If MLB has a salary cap, there will be a salary floor. I mean, that is typically how it works. I had to generate a Kevin Durant sign and win best kicker as a sophomore at Texas. Don't you talk about me, Kevin Durant. That is still my favorite Stephen A. Smith moment, is him just going off on Kevin Durant. Tight end wise. Gordon Melvin. Gonna be able to move to running back. There's another guy here who is short as hell. We love a short king, but we love them at running back, not wide out. Kwame Brown's also a classic. I don't remember that one, honestly. I'm kind of sad, and we'll have to look it up. Let's see. Gordon Penning, 6'2", 218. Let's try you at tight end. Anybody else got some decent weight on him? Floyd Boyd. I can't remember the Kwame Brown one. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember it off of the top of my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In fairness, I try not to listen to too much Stephen A. Smith. For obvious reasons. The guy is awful. Good for him for getting paid for what he does, but oh my god. Alright, everything looks okay there. That's your future president. Excuse me, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is my future president. How dare you? How dare you? If you smell what the prez is cooking. Alright, quarterback's looking a bit better. Yeah, Smith's most famous training by Kwame Brown took place at Pau Gasol, throw a parade, champion of the famous final pass graphic can't play, no disrespect whatsoever. Okay, I do remember it now. I couldn't envision it, but now that you're like, hey, here's the quote. Okay, I do remember. It was... In fairness, I recall it more as the Pau Gasol rant, but I can understand why. Are we going to allow... I mean, hopefully, Crashy, hopefully. I prefer his brother Rock the Dwayne Johnson. Yeah, I mean, you know. Alright, so theoretically, Stream Legend, Pau Gasol. Yeah, never forget. Never forget. Alright. That is a lot of depth at tight end. If I could only choose between Pat McAfee and Stephen A., who would I listen to? Oh, Stephen A., easily. I don't get Pat McAfee's appeal. I don't. Probably because I'm not a dude bro. And that's okay. But yeah, I do not get Pat McAfee's appeal whatsoever. I'm sorry. Stephen A. can at least be entertaining, especially if you watch old clips of him just going skip. You know? I'd rather listen to him say fucking skip than listen to Pat McAfee do or say anything. You're not a dude, bro, brother, dude? Listen here, Jack. No, I'm not, dude. Or maybe I am, brother. Alright, that is way too much depth. Do we need any extra safeties or linebackers? No. Maybe an extra safety. Which could be old Greg.
Guys being dudes.
Nothing better than guys being dudes. We know this. Okay. We gotta move one of these tight ends out. Penning could go to linebacker, but there's really no need. One of these guys, particularly Greg, could go to safety, but... Kraken could also go to safety. Alright, hold on. Let's do a smidge of research. Old Greg would take a 7-point loss going to safety. Mr. McCracken drop Trow and hog out. That's for my final ever stream. Can't do it now, you know? I'm not ready to retire just yet, but last stream, I'm gonna fucking helicopter like I'm Joe Thornton. McCracken is just way too good to drop to defense. That's the kick debut. Let's see. 14-point drop for Ezeike. And then what about Bigums? How big is the drop for him? Only 6 points, actually. Interesting. Bigums, then we're going to move you back to safety. I'd rather listen to Shannon Sharp instead. Put it this way. As somebody who grew up watching, you know, SportsCenter every morning, there's really no modern talking heads that I care to listen to at all, except if I were to still, like, watch PTI, because, you know, Kornheiser and Wilbon are the goats. But, yeah, I mean, just, it's brutal. Jake, that's fair. Alright, so tight ends. Can leave Greg there. It makes sense to move either McCracken or Boyd back. We'll move Prince McCracken back to wideouts. So that tight end setup is phenomenal. Wideouts 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a bunch of red shirts. We need one guy to move back to running back. 6-foot BJ McCoon. I have a feeling it was already in decline when I was a kid, and I remember SportsCenter, the first thing's damn it is, and it goes easy. Like the first time you watch SportsCenter, like the back of your brain, it's just like, I just need you to know this isn't as good as it used to be. Oh man, which is probably true. Alright, so 6 wideouts and a bunch of freshmen. 4 tight ends. Left tackle, we have 2. Left guard. We need to move Jared Ball over to compete at that position. Cold pizza was the beginning of the end for ESPN. Yeah, funny enough how that worked. Like, I can remember, like, man, sick days, though. Getting to stay home and just watch the SportsCenter talking head, or watch SportsCenter through once or twice, make sure you caught everything, then watch the talking head shows, you know, and then switch to switch to Saved by the Bell until it was time for The Price is Right and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and then at that time it's already like 1 p.m. and there you go. The ultimate sick day from school. Alright, that looks good. Tight ends look good. Decent amount of wideouts. Decent amount of running backs. Quarterbacks. Edge rushers. Looks good. A little bit short on defensive tackles, especially because Thad Francis, I might want a red shirt. So a couple of guys who were listed at 243. Don't forget. So Let's Make a Deal wasn't back yet, at least the Wayne Brady version, until I was already at least in middle school, if not high school. But, you know, good show at least. I forget what was on before The Price is Right when I was growing up. I can't remember. Like 2005-ish, like end stage Bob Barker, early stage Drew Carey. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what was on before The Price is Right. I don't remember. I just know that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was on afterwards. Family Feud, maybe? Kelly and Regis. Let's see. Claire Kwenku. We do need a top-notch defensive tackle. Shaquem Wiley is quite undersized. Kaware Kawenku was it Judge Judy? It probably was something like fucking Judge Judy or something like that. Let's put Kaware Kawenku at defensive tackle. That way we got him, the man Becky Lynch, and Massey. We can redshirt Francis for the year. Judge Joe Brown. Ah, shout out to Judge Joe Brown. What a time. What a time. Right, that'll leave us with 5 edge rushers, 3 defensive tackles, linebackers. There is an abundance. An abundance of people. Might redshirt Bruce. It'd be a bit risky to redshirt Paquette, but we could. Corners looking good. And then safeties. Let's see. Can of corner. If we put you at strong safety. Ideally, we got to move one. Ooh, we got 2 freshmen there. Shit. Saint Angara. You are going to strong safety because we need you there. So which one of these 2 moves back to free safety? That'll be can of corner. Fair enough. Wikipedia says it was local programming from 10 to 11. Well, there you go. Whatever the affiliate wanted to show. Alright. So Tolbert. If AEW has taught me anything, it's people don't understand round robin. How round robin and single elimination tournaments work. Correct! Correct. People don't really understand those concepts. Which is weird. But that is correct. Alright, I think we got our numbers set. I think we're good. Let's get to these upgrades here. Watch reruns of Family Matters too. Also good. Crash. What? I can barely even tell what the hell those are. Oh, okay, there's the Hulk grandma that was mad. Oh, okay, I see what it is. Those are delightful. I'll give you that. I like those. Those are delightful. Oh, BBQ has upgraded the Star Dev. It's a stunt granny. Cedar has upgraded the Star Dev. Very nice. Training results it is. The fun times. Who will be our next quarterback to disappoint me in the playoffs? Will it be you, Freddie? Yep, because you're pretty much already capped out. Fuck. So you'll let a backup quarterback, Freddie Love. At least we can cap out his health. Saw EA is becoming privately owned. Yep, it's been known for a while, actually, Nesta. You've been a little bit behind on that, but yeah. The Saudis and others are involved in taking that company private. Alright, bless you, Kwenku. Let's upgrade that throw power a couple of times. I, for one, welcome our Saudi overlords. Yeah. Yeah. Diego Fuentes already has 94 throw power. Pen, I don't know, because I haven't looked. What would taking it private entail? Being able to do whatever the fuck they want. That's the general idea. Is being able to do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, Top Hat, that's who I was referring to. Remember the night people thought Saudi was buying WWE? That was definitely an interesting night. That was an interesting one. Am I gonna boycott playing it when it happens? Probably not. I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, if you want to play certain games, like, it is what it is. Like, in life, you have to decide when you're okay with and not okay with shitty companies getting your money. And let's be honest, me no longer playing EA Sports titles once it's owned by, you know, essentially the Saudis, that doesn't hurt them at all. It would only fucking hurt me. So, while I agree, like, hey, yeah, I'd love to be in a financial position to say, fuck that, I'm not playing their games, this channel, without mainstream sports games, would die. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. If I were to sit here and be like, sorry guys, I'm only streaming maximum football and tape-to-tape hockey, and I'm not going to play any EA games or 2K games, this channel's dead. Like, if I make that choice to be like, I am abstaining from playing EA Sports titles, that is essentially saying I am no longer a full-time streamer and I'm going to go get a normal job. That's what that would mean, you know? As much as people are like, oh, but this game and this game, cool. And some of you mean it. But others, let's be honest here, you would lose interest. You would. And that's okay. Right? And that's okay. But there's only so many non-big titles that I could stream. There's only so many. Like, I'd have to become, like, a flashback. I'd have to become a flashback, you know, video game, like, vintage video game sports streamer, stuff like that. Like, it could work, but, like, again, like, odds are, like, for example, okay, NHL 27's out. What are people gonna watch? The first night of NHL 27 to see if it's actually good or bad? Or are you gonna watch me in the corner playing NHL 2K10? Some of you will certainly watch me play NHL 2K10. A lot of you will not. That is a reality. Like I said, I can respect the hell out of, for you guys, you know, the people that are like, oh, I'll watch you play anything. And some of you do. And I am very thankful for that. But making a decision like that would absolutely kill my channel. It would. It would kill my channel. And it wouldn't hurt EA whatsoever. It just wouldn't, you know? It would not hurt them whatsoever. It would only serve to hurt me. So, you know, like I said, there are some things in life, right, where there is an alternative. The Pro Club switchover proves the point. Oh, 100%. 100%. Like, I have enough history on this channel when I switch away to other games and seeing how the view count drops. I have plenty of data that proves that, yeah, decent amount of you would stay. A lot of people would not. A lot of people would not. Like I said, in life, sometimes, you have the ability to say, no, fuck that, I'm not giving them my money. For example, we talk about wrestling a lot on this channel. I am in a position where I can say, I don't want to give the WWE any of my fucking money. So instead, money that I do spend on wrestling goes to a lot of independent wrestling now through Limitless, but also, you know, like through AEW or something like that, which I can, you know, they have their fucking problems too, but I can stomach it a bit more, right? We can also acknowledge that a lot of times there are extra hoops involved. Do you know how your shoes were made? You know? Like, there are also just those realities of life in terms of, like I said, sometimes you have that choice and that option to be like, no, I do get to be selective with who gets my money. And then other times, not so much. You know? So, I mean, yeah, like I said, like, I can sit here and be like, I'm going to take a stand against EA. Okay. Half of you are gone. Half of you are gone. So I can sit here and be morally superior and also kill my channel in the process. You know? Like, there's a reason. Like, unless you are one of the biggies, right? Do you judge those of us who would be gone? No, I'd understand it. I mean, it would suck. But, Lethal, I can also appreciate your honesty of being like, yeah, man, if you become, like, a full-time sports, a full-time, like, story game streamer, I'm either not interested in that or already watch somebody who does that. But there are very few people who play sports games as their primary games when making YouTube videos or streaming that have given up on those games and are still okay. And you know who those people are. It's people like Castro, who was the biggest FIFA YouTuber or streamer out there. And, like, yeah, no shit. He can afford to just be like, yeah, I'm not going to play FIFA anymore. I don't like it. Because he's fucking loaded. And he earned it, but he's fucking loaded. So, of course, he can be like, yeah, I'm not going to play FIFA anymore. It sucks. Of course he can, you know? But it's like, if I want any semblance of, you know, a streaming career, which is a fucking ridiculous sentence, but, you know, it's the truth. Like, if I want any semblance of a blip on the radar, like, you got no choice but to play the fucking games that are coming out, right? Like, is there, like, again, like, we've talked about this in the past, and I don't say it to be like, haha, look at me. Just off of pure data, I am technically, like, in the top 1% of streamers on Twitch. I don't even know what my view count is right now because I never look. We have 160 people in here on Twitch. There's 55 on YouTube, by the way. Shout out to you guys. Holy fuck. I'm technically in the 1% of streamers. But the gap between the 1% and the 0.1% is fucking ridiculous, right? Like I always say, like, I have enough... I'm able to make enough through Twitch and YouTube that because I live in the middle of fucking nowhere in Maine, I can afford to do this full time. If I lived in Boston, I'm fucked, right? There's no way I could do this full time. And again, mathematically, statistically, I am up there as a streamer. It's just one of those things where it's like, man, you cut into that. What are you left? You know, what are you left with? You have to be so much further up there to be like, yeah, fuck it, this game sucks, I'm not going to do it. It's the reason why every year most people who are still like, yeah, fuck EA. Like, if you're an FC person, you know, there's a reason why someone like fucking Run the Foot Market there is just like, yeah, no, this game's going to suck. Of course I'm still going to play it. But he's open and honest. He's like, yeah, I'm going to play it. I fucking, you know, I make too much money to not to, you know? Like, you don't see that guy being like, yeah, fuck EA. I am a goals streamer from now on. And a lot of people are like, what the fuck does that mean? Exactly. Because when it comes to sports games, it's obviously down to directly, like, you fucking play FC. Maybe you can build up an audience with Konami, but that's about it, right? So it's just... I would love to be able to take a stand, but, I can't. Like I said, there would be a lot of fun being like, yeah, no, I'm gonna play Madden, but modern EA can fuck off, so I'm gonna stream Madden 10, like, yeah, we could do well on that for a couple of days, and then it's gonna dip, you know? And then even talking about the, like, the idea of playing, you know, non-sports games. Like I said, like, we have enough history. And like I said, I don't blame people. but I've played a lot of non-sports games on stream over the course of this channel's history. I ain't getting numbers like this on games like that, you know? That's just the reality. And like I said, I don't blame people, right? When it comes to, like, story-based games, it's either you don't care about the game, you've already played it, you don't want to be spoiled, or you have a content creator already that you like watching for games like that. So, you're in for the day, you play a game like Red Dead 2. The reason why I don't is because, like, look, man, if we're doing a Red Dead 2 playthrough, that's like 2 months. That's like 2 months right there, you know? It's just, that is such a time commitment. But, yeah, like I said, I don't blame anybody who's just like, oh, man, like, oh, I wouldn't have interest. And I appreciate those who are like, nah, man, it doesn't matter what you stream. I'll watch regardless. Again, some of you are telling the truth. Others think you're telling the truth until that time actually comes, and then you're like, ah, shit, actually, I'm not as into this as I thought I was. You know? So, would any financially smart person want to stream for a living? Fuck no. Fuck no. Like I said, the only reason I can do this as much as I do is because of where I live. Like I said, if I lived in a bigger city where prices are fucking higher, it just wouldn't happen, right? Between my wife and I, like, again, like, she is an elementary school music teacher. She's not breaking the bank. I'm not breaking the bank. But together, like, okay, we do okay enough to live, like, a modest life, which is all we really want or need. At the same time, as Endo mentioned, right, like, if anybody gets into streaming for the money, you are going to, odds are, be incredibly disappointed. Incredibly. Like, there are some people who do break through, but man, is it so unlikely. And that's not me trying to, like, tell people, like, hey, I'm thinking about streaming. Don't do it, idiot. Like, no, fuck it, do it if you want to. But yeah, like, I definitely started it about a decade ago now. Christ. With just well, I play these games anyway. Let's see if I upload videos, if I can build an audience, you know? That's all that was. There definitely wasn't any grand ambitions. Let's see a stream tech mobile baseball stars. I mean, Nesta, I could, and I'd probably have fun. But at the same time, right? Like, it is that conversation of just like, okay, I'm not playing EA or 2K games anymore. I've had enough. The people that are still interested in these games, man, you think they're sticking around for Super Tecmo Bowl in the year of our Lord 2026? No. They're, you know, that's just not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. So, it's an interesting conversation to have. I've ever played Baseball Stars way back in the day, but not for a long time, you know? So, yeah, like I said, like, I'll never discourage someone from being like, hey, I want to start streaming. Cool, do it. Have fun with it. But also, like, you know, again, don't do it for the wrong reason. Don't do it to be like, I'm going to make so much money, because you will likely be disappointed. But, yeah, like I said, in an ideal world, I would definitely be, like, I think everybody kind of feels that way, right? Like, in a more ideal world, it would be really nice in life to be able to take a stand whenever you wanted to morally against a company where you're just like, fuck you, I don't want to give you your money. But we just don't really live in that society, you know? I Nesta, that's fair too. Right? Like, I mean, Christ, like, how many people are, you know, living in a place where you kind of have no choice but to go to Walmart because they chased away the mom and pop stores or the smaller chains. Like, you have no choice, you know? Like, fuck, if I want to eat, if I want to get clothes, it's basically through that or fucking Amazon, and, you know? It's hard to take a stand when everyone's a heel nowadays. That's a good way to phrase it. But, and I mean, the honest truth is, right? Like, yeah, I can still get frustrated by these games, but if we're talking about, like, this game in particular, I've said it, like, I haven't hated this game. I have not hated this game this year. I obviously am not a fan of them trying to, of course, do everything they can in terms of microtransactions and fucking over the consumer. And my God, right? You look at like what the fucking FC pre-order costs are. You look at what the pre-order costs are for NBA 2K. Like, it's all fucking ridiculous now. But as we've had the conversation of a million times, man, if you want a modern basketball game with the NBA license, at least somewhat simulation, right? Most of these sim games are simcade. There's only one option. You know, those days, right? Like I grew up at the, you know, into my teens at the tail end of that, where yeah, you actually had options. We don't have options anymore. We don't have options. If you want to play an NHL game, there's only one NHL game to play. If you want to play an NFL game, there's only one NFL game to play, unless you're playing something older and obviously, like, you know, a part of the modding community, right? Like, obviously, you know, some people are doing some really cool things with NFL 2K5 or All Pro Football, stuff like that. But let's be honest, too, how, like, not a lot of people are going to be like, okay, yeah, no, I'm definitely going to invest in the PC that I need to play these games with mods. And I'm going to do that, like, so many people just want to turn on their Xbox or PlayStation, play a game for an hour, and that's all they can do. You know? There's no options to source games now. Yeah, I mean, and Milky, like, that's the thing, right? Like I said, I got to grow up in the era where it's like there were at least 5 NFL games, right? Like there was Madden, 2K, Fever, Game Day, Quarterback Club, like hockey games. There were multiple games, both sim-based and arcade style, right? Like if I think back to arcade style games like NHL Rock the Rink or Gretzky 3D, again, like that, those just don't exist anymore. They just don't, and it sucks. But that's where we're at, right? Got Major League Baseball 2K5 MVP. Dude, there was also oh God, what was the NFL Fever equivalent of baseball? I know I had the physical copy of it. There was also Triple Play Baseball, which I think did become, that was also a 2K one. Like there was so much for every sport. It was awesome. It was so fun. And it just doesn't exist. No, there was another one that was an All-Star Baseball. There was one, I actually did a video on it. There was High Heat as well. What was the one MLB video game Nomar on the cover? It was Inside Pitch. Inside Pitch 2003. Which was a Microsoft exclusive. Like, that's the thing, right? There were so many different types of sports games that people can't remember all of them. That's how many games there were. It was awesome. And yeah, like, I don't think anybody's happy, right, with not having a choice. And even, like, in a game where theoretically, or with a game series where you theoretically have a choice, you really kind of don't. You know, thinking about, like, FC/FIFA and, like, eFootball, like, Konami getting away from Pro Evo and really going down the Ultimate Team only route and stuff like that. Like, it's just... we have this conversation all the time, right? And it comes up because, yeah, people's opinions haven't changed. Like, it sucks that we're in this spot where the best alternatives are people playing older games or the modding community updating older games, you know? But that's the situation. Your choice is now give EA or 2K money or you don't play that sport, right? Or again, it's playing an older game. And there is something for as much as people are like, oh yeah, this game is it's a yearly roster update. Like, man, like, there's a reason why, like, when people mod older games, they also add in the more modern rosters, right? Like, the NFL 2K5 mod has updated rosters, and there's a reason for that, right? People want to play with updated rosters. So it's, you know, not everybody's just like, oh yeah, here, no, I'll still boot up my original OG Xbox and play NFL 2K5. Or, again, not everybody has the PC to be able to, you know, play these old modded games and understand freaking emulators and that whole setup process, you know? So, but yeah, so like I said, it's been an interesting evolving combo that can obviously keep going, but the original question of like, hey, what would things look like if you were to boycott EA games? Like, it would only serve to hurt me, you know? It wouldn't affect them at all. It's the same reason why, like, look at Road to Glory in this game and everything that came up with the biggies like Bordeaux pushing back, right? At the end of the day, what's the most at least was the most recent video he put out about that topic? It's EA lied. Because they didn't totally remove the microtransactions and the limited pathway from Road to Glory. Like, even the biggest content creators for an individual game can speak out and say, this isn't good enough. And it's not enough to make a dent. I mentioned somebody like Castro, who is the biggest FIFA streamer in the world, stopping playing that game because he says it's not good anymore. I put out, you know, a response tweet to the sales for FC27. FC27 on the PlayStation Store has a higher pre-order rate than Grand Theft Auto 6. So if the biggest FIFA streamer being like, yeah, this game sucks, I don't want to play it anymore, I don't stream it anymore, if that's not enough, you know, like, at the end of the day, like, it is what it is. So certainly, somebody like myself, be like, I'm gonna take a stand. Cool. It equates to, I'm gonna kill my channel. And, you know, like, I would love to be able to take that moral stand. I feel like people understand it's a lot easier to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to take the moral stand versus actually doing it, you know, and the ramifications of what happens as a result. Oh yeah, it's insane. Ender, I mean, the problem is it's mostly like Ultimate Team related and stuff like that, and obviously it's just not what I'm interested in, you know? But I do support the Zamboni GG guys. Like, I was made aware of that project a long time ago. So, therefore, your vote doesn't matter. I could see how that could be equated to essentially like, and that's why I don't vote. But, you know, it is slightly different, right? Like, again, as much as I'd love for it to be like, yeah, I'm going to encourage people by taking a stand to also take a stand. That's just not how it works, you know? That's not how it works. At the same time, right, I always encourage people, you know, like, and I've talked about it before, as a consumer, Ender, I know he knows about it, as a consumer, if I was not a streamer, I've said this a million times, and it's the honest to God's truth, I would never play these games. At least when they first come out, and certainly I would never pay full price for them. Not even close. I would be staying far, far away from any of these games. Like, that is the reality of it. I would still want to play them. But let's be honest, like, I wouldn't play this game until I could get it for like $10 at the end of its life cycle once they're about ready to release the next year's game. You know? But at the same time, like I said, like, vintage variety sports streaming. We've done pretty well with it. Very tough to have that be the only thing that you do, you know? Very, very tough. At least if you want to have any, like, overly notable platform. So, the average gamer thinks they have to get the newest and best. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem, Sig, with that, too, is so many people are tied to Ultimate Team. And that's true. Right? And that's true. Like, it, you know, if it's like, oh, okay, like, I want to stay up to date with the, you know, with the competitive side of the game, like, if we use NHL, for example, right? Like, yeah, there's no denying the server population plummets for the prior year's game once the new one is out, right? And then same thing if you play an online game mode like EASHL. You know, it's like the only people that are left are the people that didn't go and buy the new one. So they get their hooks into people like that. Of just being like, well, you have to get the new one because you have to be able to play. Like, literally, I had somebody respond to me in one of these conversations on Twitter about, well, and this is for hockey specifically, I play in League Gaming, which for those who don't know is an online community, you know, in the NHL mode, the 6v6 side of things where everyone controls one player. It's an online league for stuff like that. And the person being like, well, I have to get the game because I have to play in LG. And it's like, well, no, you don't have to get the game, but you choose to get the game because you enjoy playing in that league. But that's how people are wired now, is just being like, well, of course I have to get the new game, or I can't do this element of the game that I like. Like, it's not that big enough of a deal to people to skip out on the game and just be like, well, I'm unhappy with it. It's like, okay, well, you're clearly not that unhappy with it, because, right, you don't want to miss out on Ultimate Team and the new content. You don't want to miss out on being able to play in EASHL and stuff like that. So it's like, clearly it's a problem, but it's not that big of a problem, right? So, if you didn't shut off the old servers, I wonder how they do. You kind of have the answer to that. I mentioned Nick Run the Foot Market earlier, or FRTFM on YouTube. They have brought back through PC the servers for some old FIFA games. And yeah, those videos have been fucking popping off. So, you know, nostalgia at the same time is a hell of a drug. Can I ask you why you wouldn't pay more than $10? Because you don't have to, right? If you can wait a year, you can get these games for dirt cheap. Even if they're worth more than $10. If I have the option to pay $60 or $50, whatever, $45 by Christmas, why wouldn't I just wait until April or May and be able to get it for dirt cheap, you know? Like, it would just be a matter of patience and stubbornness to be like, yeah, fuck that, I ain't paying that much money. Muted, he is an interesting character. I enjoy a lot of his content, but oh man. That guy suffers from the same thing that I suffer from, which is this game is definitely out to get me. I fucking hate this game. See you tomorrow. Which is why I don't play Ultimate Team anymore. You know? Earlier bringing Legends of previous FUT back in the 27. Yeah, I saw that. I saw fucking Akinfenwa being like, hey, what's up with my player's body type not being jacked? Which is funny. Why pre-order or buy an NHL on launch when Black Friday is in a few weeks? Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's no reason to ever buy these games at full price. Like, there just isn't. You know? If you're a Game Pass member, you get it free through there around playoff time. Right? Yeah. I mean, granted, I don't even really subscribe to fucking Game Pass anymore because of when they last raised the prices, because holy shit. But, to that point, yeah. So, you know, it's all kind of tangled up into the same conversation, right? When it comes to these games and being unhappy with it, if we want to talk about EA specifically, you know, getting ready to go private from a public company. I know Ender mentioned, like, well, theoretically, could there be some positives? Potentially, in terms of, hey, they don't have shareholders to have to appease. At the same time, the other argument is, oh, so they're just going to microtransaction the fuck out of everything more than what they've already done. And that's a proper concern for people to have. I mean, just based off of what this game and Madden are looking like at this point, right? FC adding in their frickin' 2K-like career nonsense with the park and shit like that. So, yeah, like I said, it's all kind of tied up into that whole conversation of just where the video game industry is, where it's going, lack of competition. But yeah, as nice as it would be for me to just be like, hey, fuck these companies, this is ridiculous, like, again, it's not going to accomplish anything except giving me the peace of mind of knowing that I'm not personally contributing to the problem. And there's a lot of power in that, right? For example, couple of different ways. I know Hulk, right? Couple of different ways to view it. But if you want to talk about people who are just, you know, who are vegan and just like, yeah, I'm not going to eat meat, like, you know, the way animals are treated is fucking brutal. I don't disagree with those people at all. At the same time, you know, obviously it's very tough to believe that, okay, if I personally, like, the amount of people, right, it truly would take a group effort. It's the same thing with games making a drastic change. The only way these games are making a drastic change is if people en masse stop buying them. What it's going to take for that to happen, I don't know. Because you can consistently have people every year. Let's take Madden as an example. We've talked about it before. Guys like Soft Drink, you know, who I'm cool with. People like Angry Joe, who I've been a fan of for a long time. Every single year, these guys release videos about how much Madden fucking sucks, especially in compared to previous games. Madden still sells a ton of fucking copies. A ton. So if it's not enough for top creators and top reviewers to be like, this is fucking bullshit, please don't buy this game, what else would it take? You know? And it's an interesting conversation to have, right? And then it's, you know, so someone in my position where it's like, okay, let's take the food thing, right? Like, okay, well, I don't feel great about the way animals are treated in terms of Tyson Farms and shit like that. Not that I eat out of Tyson brand anyway, because I don't, because it's awful. But, you know, you take that example and just be like, well, at the same time, they've already done what they've done, so it's like, at least if I eat those products, well, they're affordable to me, and if I eat those products, then those animals didn't die for no reason, right? You could have that justification. For me as a streamer, it's kind of like, okay, am I happy with these companies and with these games? No. Am I big enough that me abstaining from them is going to make any fucking difference? Of course not. So at the very least, if I play them, I can sit there and at least show you guys, like, well, this is what the fucking game is. Please make an educated decision about whether or not you think this is worth your money. And that's what the past month of conversation has been since this game has come out. Is just constantly, you know, imploring people like, oh, should I get this game? Watch people play it. Not just me. Watch people play it. See what people are saying about it. Make an educated decision before you spend that money. What if Kim Kardashian says don't buy? I don't even think someone with her platform would be enough. I don't. Especially, too, because enough people are going to be like, fuck you. Now I'm going to buy it specifically to spite you. Unless you're Canada boycotting American liquor. Yeah. I saw a picture of someone at a Canadian Costco looking at the price of a vodka bottle, or a bottle of vodka, I guess you could say, and holy fuck. So, yeah, it's just, you're in kind of a winless scenario as a consumer, as a streamer, like, you know? And at the same time, like, I can just be like, if someone was like, hey, I think you're a hypocrite, because you think, like, oh, you talk about these games negatively, but you still play them and have, you know, and stream and make money off of them. Like, if someone wanted to label me a hypocrite, I don't really have a good way to fight back from that claim, do I? I really don't. Aside from what we've talked about, being that idea of, man, nothing changes if I abstain from playing these games. If anything, I can make a bigger impact by telling people, like, this is what the game is. Please don't buy it if you don't like it, because this is what it is, right? So, well, this has been a fun conversation to pass the time. Anything else? What about Beyonce and Taylor? I don't think there's anybody. I don't think there's anybody out there that could say, boycott these games where it would be successful. I just don't. And maybe I'm just too jaded in that way. But it's just, it's hard to believe, right? And like I said, maybe I'm wrong, because technically, right, there were a lot of protests of Target starting last year or the year before, and technically their revenue and operating income was down last year. But I still think they made over like $100 billion, for fuck's sakes, right? So all these people just being like, yeah, fuck Target. Which, yeah, fuck Target. At the same time, did it make that big of a difference, you know? God himself could return and people still wouldn't do it. It's true. Did you do fail you for the program? I did, which I am regretting because we have no way to then edit our academic or campus lifestyle ratings throughout the entire playthrough. Not a stupid question either. That's a totally fair question. You hear what Shopify owner said last week? I did not. Give 2K the XFL rights. I genuinely wonder if the pandemic didn't happen. Now, number one, of course, we'd have less fucking idiots on the internet trying to pretend that they were oppressed for having to care about the people around them for a month or even a year. God forbid you have to be, you know, thoughtful of the people around you for more than 2 seconds. I genuinely wonder if the pandemic didn't happen, what would have happened with the XFL? Because, man, especially, too, right, all the stuff about Vince McMahon coming out and shit like that, like, he probably would have been out of power in that particular business as well. But what would have happened? What would have happened with that league? I think they could have, like, the momentum that they would have built up over those 2 full years before the Vince stories started to come out, I genuinely think they could have established enough of a foothold that you might have had a company say, yeah, fuck it, let's make a video game for them and see how it does. You know, unfortunately, the pandemic just shot them in the face in terms of any momentum that the XFL had. But, dude, like, the hype surrounding the XFL for those first couple weeks of the season before they got shut down, holy shit. Like, there was legitimate hype and excitement surrounding that league. It was awesome. Like, I remember I went out to this was February 2020. Some buddies of mine and I went out to a Maine Mariners game in Portland, and we went out to eat afterwards, and it was on the TVs at this place, and, like, everybody in this place was watching and paying attention to this XFL game. So I do genuinely think there was a lot of potential there. Obviously, of course, we'll never know, you know? Didn't St. Louis sell it? Yeah. Yeah, just makes you wonder if maybe there would have been like a 2K taking a risk on like an XFL style video game or something like that. If it would have been a little bit more viable, you know, obviously instead of, you know, cutting into trying to take a piece of the pie from EA when it comes to the NFL license or whether or not the exclusivity is there, that type of thing. Could UFL get the game? Fuck no. The UFL is completely irrelevant. I wish it wasn't, but it is so fucking irrelevant. It's crazy. I mean, the only time I ever hear about anything in regards to the UFL is when it's bad news, basically. Oh, we never got a proper slam ball game. I'm surprised, honestly. Like, even an arcade-style slam ball game that doesn't exist. You know? Like, you wouldn't need an EA or a 2K to make a slam ball video game. Like, it could be a smaller develop. Like, the people that made Rematch or something like that, which is, you know, a fairly big developer, but it's not EA or 2K. Like, man, if they were to make, like, a slam ball game, like, it would do pretty well, I would think. Like, it wouldn't be insane in terms of, you know, price, but it'd do pretty well, I would think. So, was the game the mascot wanted to stab your buddy? Hulk, it wasn't. That was earlier when we were younger. Yeah, that, for anybody that missed that story, my friend, same friends, we were fucking nightmares in high school. Oh my god. A buddy of mine brought, this was around the time of this was after the 2010 World Cup, so everybody knew what the fuck a vuvuzela was. And we brought one to a hockey game. And it was the Portland Pirates against the Providence Bruins, and I wore a Bruins jersey to that game. And the Pirates won that game, which I was happy about. And then walking out of the arena, the mascot's there. And he's taunting me, you know, because like, haha, the Bruins lost, even though I was rooting for the Pirates. And my buddy came up behind the mascot and nearly blew his eardrums out. And I could see through the eye holes of the mask, this dude, I will never forget it, in real time, watching him process whether or not it was worth taking a swing at this dumbass 17-year-old kid and potentially losing his job. How he managed to keep his composure, I don't know, but he did. So credit to where it's due for whoever played Salty Pete around the year of our Lord 2011, because you had the patience of a saint, good sir. Good lord. Good lord. Remember the arena football games? I do. They were okay. I mean, they were also EA games, but that was, you know, that was case in point, right? Like, there have been moments in time where you have had alternative products be worth investing in and you know, in creating. But as it is, it's not like arena football is on the map either, right? Like 20 years ago, when frickin' Arena Bowl was getting broadcast on ESPN. Again, like, here's Bon Jovi, owner of the Philadelphia Soul, in the crowd. Arena football, it's the next big thing. And then it died. And then it came back, and then it died. And then it came back, and it died. And then it died, and then it came back, and it double died. So, yeah, quite the history for arena football. Quite the history indeed. Oh, goodness. And yeah, obviously for Canadians, they're going to be like, an arena football game, please. My thing was, like, I am shocked that a game like Maximum Football hasn't... I mean, I'm sure they've tried. But the CFL especially being like, hey, hello, Maximum Football, indie devs. Can we make this a CFL branded game? Like, that would bring more attention to a game like Maximum Football. And for the CFL, they could finally be like, hey, we have a game. Like, obviously, it's not a fucking AAA title, but, At least it exists. But I don't know. I don't know. Well, PS2 sports games collection was fun. Arena football, college baseball, and stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, this conversation comes up once a month, maybe, about what sports games used to be. And obviously, like, those conversations continue to ramp up around the time of a new game's release, right? Like, we're less than a week away from Madden, which is crazy. And, yeah, those conversations will always come up, especially around the time that these games are like, hey, our new game's coming. And people are reacting to trailers, and people are reacting to, you know, all the new info coming out, mostly with disappointments. Like, I haven't really seen anybody speak positively about the NBA 2K reveal for this year. You know, there's a lot of talk about, honestly, a lot of similar conversations about 2K and FC, particularly when it comes to graphics, and people being like, man, what the fuck? MLB The Show had the same thing, where people were like, what the fuck? Like, this doesn't look like a game, like a sports game should look in 2026. Why did these games outright, or at least have elements of them, that look better than their modern counterparts? And that's going to continue to be a conversation that pops up every single year, you know? And I mean, I'd like to think people know the answer to that, and it's, what does it come down to? Comes down to money. Each console generation, less publishers survive to make bread. Yeah, I mean, that's the other element of it too, right, Hulk? Is how many times has it been like, okay, this company was bought by the bigger company, and that studio has been shut down? Like, Christ, Microsoft is fucking infamous for that. So. And every time this conversation comes up, too, again, I will never blame people for being like, what the fuck, man? What's with these games not living up to the expectations? People are well within their rights to make those complaints. Like, I'm not saying all of these games live up to my fucking expectations either. I just have come to accept the reality of the situation, which is too many people still buy these games for online complaints and protests to make a difference without more people getting on board. You know? And then you have the, you know, the reality of the situation being the yearly release cycle for these games absolutely handcuffs the developers. You know, it's all a part of that much, much larger puzzle and conversation about why sports games are where they are now. Mid-90s Super Nintendo, there were games that's the sole point of fucking around for a weekend. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I got to grow up in that age, right? Of, you rented a game, you played the hell out of it on a weekend, and then next weekend, you rented a different game. Unless you were me, in which case, only because it's right here. Unless you were me, and you had your dad rent the same fucking game every goddamn weekend to the point where he should have just bought the fucking thing. He spent way more money renting it instead of just buying it. I can't imagine how many times he took me to the rental store and I'm like, WrestleMania 2000. He didn't care, but, you know, God, yeah, I can't imagine how many times we fucking rented that game. They have Football Manager who are forced to take a year off and get work. Yeah, I mean, right? Then there's those elements, too, of, okay, hey, we're going to take the year off. And, like, F1 is something to watch out for in that regard right now, right? Where it's like, okay, they essentially had a half year to try and make bigger improvements to what's going to be F1 27. There is a real chance that F1 27 is going to be a fucking disaster. That's the reality of it, right? We have seen it with a Football Manager where it's like, okay, we're going to do the necessary thing and take a year off and then build back up. And it's like, even that process of taking a year off and then building back up comes with its own issues, you know? The show could take a year up. There isn't a single yearly release sports game that could not benefit from at least 1 year off, if not 2 to 3. I am someone who is fully... maybe not fully, because so many of these games could use a proper rebuild from the ground up. But at the same time, that idea of these games just switching to a yearly release sports model, would that get us closer to that in terms of biding time for these games to get the proper full rebuild that they need? You know? Jake, we did. We got it very, very quickly today. If you've loaded it up, you know why we got it very, very quickly. EA would drop NHL before... Yeah, and that's the other issue, right? Is for a game like NHL, like, it's not worth it for them to take a year off. Just, like, again, like, because of the microtransactions, because of this, because of that, it's not worth it to them to take the year off and miss out on whatever money that you would make. That's why it doesn't happen. That's why it was a shock when it did happen with F1. But the thing is, if F1 fails in terms of, okay, we're taking like a half gap year, we're still technically doing an update for the most recent game. But if F1 27 ends up being a fucking disaster, you think EA is going to take the risk with their other games? Fuck no. So, I don't even care if you're an F1 fan or not. If you want EA games to be better, you need to fucking root for F1 27 to be one of the best sports games of all time. Talking on my ass, but probably I generally feel that basically to turn that profit that funds next year's development. They took a year off. There it goes entirely. I mean, I can't say for sure, right? Like, yes, I have a connection with EA through the NHL franchise. It's not like I get to see the fucking books while I'm there on the trips I've gotten to take out to Vancouver. But, you know, common sense would dictate, like, what the reality is for that game, you know? Like, there's a reason... Like, put it this way. 2K is not challenging EA when it comes to football games. EA is not challenging 2K when it comes to basketball games anymore. So what would a game like what chance does a game series like NHL stand? You know, when it comes to that idea of a year being taken off or something like that. Like, these games are made to operate. The term fits to min-max, least amount of effort, year over year. That's not a shot at the devs. It's a shot at the companies who do not give the devs the time and resources that they need to make these games as good as they could be. It is min-maxing that whole idea of minimal time, minimal money invested, maximum profit. Hello, Sammy. Can you believe we're having a video game conversation again? How are you, good sir? How are you, good sir? How was the baby? I can get you caught up. Video game talk? I like it. So this spurned on from a question of, with EA's ownership changing, right? Saudi, the fucking Kushner company and all that shit taking over EA games. Like, would I boycott these games? And as much as I'd like to say the answer is yes, the answer is no, because that would only serve to harm me and would not affect the companies that I boycott, whether it be EA or 2K, at all, right? That kind of then spurned into just the state of sports video games anyway, where we're at, where we were 20 years ago, 30 years ago with different options, you know. But also, you know, again, just talking about the unfortunate reality of how these games are made nowadays, which is minimal investment for maximum profit. That's why the games come out every year. That's why dev team size is always shrinking, not just for sports games, but for everything. It's let's get the least amount of people to be able to make this game that will sell the most, and then odds are we're going to fire those fucking people so that our CEO can get a bonus. We see that repeatedly, you know? So that ties in with the idea of like, man, like, yeah, it'd be great if a bunch of people were to be like, hey, let's take a stand, but we were also talking about it too, right? The idea that you can have the biggest names for certain sports games be like, I'm done with this game, it's not good, and it doesn't make a dent because that happened. Again, if someone's familiar with the FC community, right? Castro doesn't play FIFA anymore. I still had this tab open. FC Ultimate Edition has surpassed GTA 6 in the best-selling category on PlayStation in a lot of countries. The biggest FIFA streamer stopped playing the game because he says it sucks. It is still selling more pre-order copies than GTA 6. So where are you to go with that info, right? Like, what are you to do? NASCAR 26 looks interesting. It does. I enjoyed NASCAR 25. I know they've started putting out info about NASCAR 26. I do plan on playing NASCAR 26 as well. NASCAR games are always fun. I enjoy playing the F1 games too, although I haven't played essentially F1 26.5. I kind of made the decision that I'm just going to wait until the, until the big improvements, hopefully, come with F1 27. So, NASCAR 26 is actually DNFs now. Yeah, and I mean, NASCAR 25, we talked about it a lot, right? That game was a good foundation, a good first release to try to get that series back on track. The next couple years are crucial, where they need to get caught up and properly flesh out that game to get it up to the standard of what a modern NASCAR game should be. The NASCAR series, though, has had a tumultuous history. Holy shit. Has that series been inconsistent? And honestly, that's a series and the history of NASCAR games that I think a lot of hockey fans need to look at, because that is the most likely path in terms of, oh, well, if EA stops making games for NHL, what happens from there? Like, there was a lot of inconsistency in terms of those video games. We're talking different developers, gaps in release years. Yeah, I mean, here, like, look, I'll literally bring it up, right? Like, obviously, history of NASCAR games, right? There were a lot of people making them. And then into the 2000s, EA really starts to take over and dominate. And then there's a 3-year gap before Eutechnyx and Activision take over. And then it becomes Eutechnyx and Deep Silver. And then 704 Games. And then Motorsport Games. And then the iRacing team, right? Like, just all of these companies struggling to find a foothold when it comes to that series. And, like, that would be my concern about NHL, is if EA stopped making it, it's like, I don't think it's a guarantee that 2K would immediately start making those games, right? Like, not at all. Like, that would be my fear, is with the NHL series, is if EA stopped making it, that 2K would go, oh, well, if they stopped making it, then there must not be any money in it, so we're not going to make games either. Could be wrong, but it's an educated guess based off of how the industry is operated, Hey, we finally finished the upgrades. Shit. Bunny, that did. I loved NHL Face-Off 03. Not a great game, but I did love it. AFC will make the entire annual GDP of a developing nation in pre-orders alone. Correct. Alright, we don't have anything to upgrade on the team builder. We don't get to do coach skills. Do we have to cut anybody? No, we don't. I can never get close to the full roster size, I swear to God. Well, time to update some conferences heading into this next season then. Fair enough. I feel the same way about Sony saying they'd stop with physical production. People will be mad, but not enough people could ever stop buying to make it. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I saw a video of somebody talking about this. Sony saying that they're going to stop physical disc production. This is pretty much now not the time. Like, the battle's already over. And a lot of people don't realize that they already lost the war. If someone was a fan of physical media and was worried about the security of it, the safety of it, you lost that battle when Sony got away with being able to make a discless console a couple of years ago. That was them dipping the toe in the water and saying, hey, what if we offer up a console that doesn't need a disc drive? How will people react? Clearly, the reaction wasn't negative enough for them to take the next step and say, well, what if we just stop making discs entirely? Like, people gave them the opening years ago. Xbox did the same thing. Exactly. This battle has been going on. Exactly. Endo. 100%. That's why. The Xbox was cheaper without the disc, so more people were like, oh shit, I can actually afford this now, without realizing that, okay, but by doing that, you are essentially, inadvertently, giving them the green light to go forward with the idea of being able to save money by not needing to manufacture consoles with disk drives, which only adds to their cost. You know? So what looked like, to some people, what looked like an, oh, cool, this is just now a more accessible console to me based off of price, there was something more nefarious behind it. That's just the reality of the situation. PS4, Xbox, into the moment, Microsoft at the game share video. Right, and I mean, the fact is that, you know, Sony is essentially doing the exact same thing now, which, yeah. PC has been discless for a very long time. Yeah, I mean, that too. That is very true. At the same time, right, it wasn't always. It wasn't always. You know, I know there's still probably some people in this chat that are old enough that might even still have their big-ass, big-box PC, you know, games and what, you know, the packaging that it came in. But, yeah. The cereal box PC games, those two. Alright, Independent, Liberty, relegated for App State. I feel called out. I mean, hey, man, a lot of people still like collecting those, and I get it. Trust me, like, there is something to physical media. The amount of times I have looked, like, certain, like, in-box, I've seen it at game stores, like, in-box editions of, like, Banjo-Kazooie, WWF No Mercy. Those things call to me like the fucking Green Goblin mask. But I avoid them because I'm like, I don't need it. I want it. I don't need it. So trust me, I definitely get the appeal of, you know, just that idea of, like, that magic that having, you know, a game in box with all the physical packaging that it's shipped with, like, I get nostalgic whenever I'm like, holy shit, even if it's a game I didn't care about, like, holy shit, it's a Super Nintendo box. It calls to you, but the wedding ring answers, basically, yeah. Pretty much. But, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's just... It's a fun conversation to have, but it's not a fun conversation to have. Because at the end of the day, you always end up in the same spot of the realization that, like, yeah, the current situation with gaming, sports gaming, like, it's not great. It doesn't feel like it did when when you were a kid, because yeah, it's not that anymore. It just isn't, and it's never going back to that. So, my boxed copy of Donkey Kong Country did that to me. Yeah, I would kill you for that, honestly. I think my game just froze. The music is still going. Nope, okay, it's fine. Weird. Fucking weird. Can I click on Washington State now? No, I can't click on anybody from there. Okay. Cool. Conference USA. Washington State. Thank you. For the Sun Belt. For Oregon State. Really weird. Really weird. What year do we finally get digital ownership on console like good old game? I mean, fucking probably not that long, right? Still wouldn't think so. San Antonio, Conference USA, Bowling Green. Live almost 4 hours, not even done with the off season. I mean, Hulk, it's more so that I'm not focused entirely on what we're doing. I'm very much been engaged in the conversation. If I was more focused, we would have been through this off season a long time ago. But, you know, you get a boxed copy of Chrono Trigger for $400 and just stare at it. Yeah, but think about how happy you'd feel as you just stare at it, you know? God, that's magic. That's a magical feeling, and you know it. And you know it. Found out the baffle rate. I get enough points I can curate a stream play. Oh, man. Should I apologize to Baffle in advance? I feel like I should apologize to Baffle in advance. That's a hell of an idea that I'm sure can be very fun, but also a fucking nightmare. It's a big no thank you. Let's see. NDSU to the Sun Belt for Delaware. Alright. Baffle has no idea. Frickin' Hurricane Kana is heading his way. And then Colorado State to the MAC or UAB. It's gonna be a while though, it's the long con. I'm gonna be like the weatherman and just be like, ah yes, Hurricane Kana, it's now making its way towards Haiti, but it is expected to curve back towards Florida before somehow cutting all the way across the country out to beautiful Southern California to make landfall right before Bafflemania. J-Man, yeah, I mean, there have been no, like, super big schools have fallen really far down. But, you know, not every, like, gigantic school is in that top tier. I'll go over what the conferences look like, in a little bit. Can't guarantee when. Navy heads to the Mountain West for East Carolina. Let's see what we can do there. What's the most valuable game that you own? No idea, because I've never looked at games like that. Although some of the recent games that I sold, because I'm just like, I'm never going to play these on physical media. If I stream them, I'm probably going to play them through an emulator so that they're upscaled. I got rid of my copy of Scarface, The World Is Yours for PS2. That sold for like 60, 70 bucks. Recently rediscovered I had Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2. That sold for almost triple digits, but yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of like, oh, I have this in-box game that's worth $5,000. Like, nothing like that. Let's see. Mountain West. Vanderbilt might be one of the big schools that's actually dropped. San Diego State. That one's for Samuel. That one's for Samuel. San Diego State going up. What a special game that Scarface game was. I haven't played it since around the time it came out. I fucking love that game. I loved that game. I can't imagine it aged well, But that has been on my I could play on stream one of these days lists for a very, very long time. Like, yes, it was a GTA clone, but I enjoyed it a lot. A lot. Still have every GTA strategy guide printed. Not bad. Did the strategy guys must have had the cheats in them, right? Mountain West, Central Michigan to the American, instead of going to fucking Cheat Code Central. Hands down, it was the GTA clone. Honestly, I mean, at least until they started making the fucking Saints Row games, you know? Hulk, yes, I did. I did see that. I'm sorry, you got $15 to see over grant. Damn. Cheat CC mentioned in 2026. Hey. I was there. That's my heritage. Nevada to the Mountain West for Akron. God damn. Who didn't love old Cheat Code Central, you know? They jumped the shark with their... I played the first two Saints Rows, and I didn't prefer them compared to, like GTA 4 at the time. Just kind of, I got deked to start AC Odyssey. Interesting. I'm not surprised he's already done with the Black Flag remaster. I wonder what he'll think of one of the more modern GTAs, just because they are pretty polarizing of GTAs. One of the modern Assassin's Creeds, which is just pretty polarizing with some of the changes that they made to the formula and stuff like that. American, Houston to the Pac-12 for Oklahoma State. I also managed to get knighted in his stream. Let's see. I have too many swords. I can take, I can give you one and then take it away if it'll make you feel better. Bando probably, honestly. Pac-12, JMU, down to the American for Northwestern. Never been able to get into GTA that much. I feel like, again, we've talked about this before, right? With, GTA coming out this year, supposedly. Or next year, whatever the fuck the release date is. It's this year, isn't it? I have no hype for it at all. Zero hype, and that's someone who grew up playing the hell out of 3, Vice City, 4. I don't know what it was about GTA 5, but just... like, I enjoyed, like, the story playthrough in 5. But then just, like I said, some of the elements of what they did with GTA Online, the heist taking forever, them canceling, single-player DLC because they're making so much off of shark cards and stuff like that. Then they kind of did the same thing with Red Dead 2. Offline, it's a fucking masterpiece, but Red Dead Online, when it first started, was a fucking disaster. There was nothing to do. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they just kind of killed any hype I had for the GTA series. And, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have any hype for it at all. I just don't. I wish I did. I wish I felt differently, but I just have no interest or hype. Maybe I'll feel differently, but, once the game gets closer to coming out. But, yeah, for the moment, like, I just can't imagine... I don't know. I just can't really imagine... I hope to be proven wrong that game will hit like GTA 3 or Vice City 4, did back in the day. I don't know. I feel like that moment is gone, but maybe that game will live up to the hype and expectations somehow, some way, and be worth it. But it'll be around. Yeah, right. Yeah, there won't be another GTA until fucking 2045. So plenty of time for it to grow on me, I suppose. Plenty of time. Alright, let's see. We are almost done with this part of the process. Thank fuck. Thank fuck. Mississippi State. Down to the ACC. From Memphis. Alright. Mills, I would imagine so. What the fuck just happened? Hello? Weird. Alright. Excited for GTA Fallout series. Fallout. Again, Fallout series was nothing I really ever got into as well. I don't know. Just didn't grip me. Could be wrong. Something like an LA Noire 2, I'd be all over. Fucking love me some LA Noire. It's insane. To me, the waste in the game industry seems like public use an engine once, then scrap it for 10-year cycle. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like there's that entire conversation about how the video game industry's changed, right? Like, again, that idea of like, oh yeah, GTA 2, or excuse me, GTA 3, Vice City, and 4 were all released within like 7 years, which is nuts. I've never played LA Noire on stream, which I'm surprised by. But I did play through it back in the day. And it is a very, 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 very good game. That was expensive as fuck and sunk the company that made it. Alright, let's see. SEC relegation. Utah back to the Big 12 for National Champion Smoo. Not salty about that at all, still, or anything. Thought I felt better about it. Nope. Still salty. And then Big 12 promoted is Georgia to the SEC for Clemson. This industry's broken in a lot of ways. Yes, it is. Right, but that is kind of insane, too, when you think about, like, what Naughty Dog did on, like, the PS4 era. Well, PS3, PS4 era, and then obviously for Naughty Dog, they're just like, hey, let's remaster everything instead of making anything new. It is crazy how things have changed. Sorry, doesn't get enough shit for how few games PS5 has had. Uh-huh. I mean, I bought mine to play through God of War Ragnarok, so I don't necessarily regret that. And it'll be nice to have for Pro Baseball Spirits. Granted, I could play it through PC. But, yeah. It is not the most expansive of catalogs. And then, of course, when you hear them talk about, oh, yes, we're already planning for the new PlayStation. Like, you're out of your fucking minds. But Virginia, the Big Ten for Washington. I cannot believe Virginia is a top-tier program. Holy shit. Fucking Virginia has made it to the top tier. Jake, take it easy, man. Appreciate you hanging out. The new over $1,000 PlayStation. Yeah. Well, shall we get into some 3 a.m. player renaming? Shall we get into some 3 a.m. player renaming? For God's sakes. We thought the PS3. Dude, the PS3 pricing was so bad, it switched me from a PlayStation guy on the PS2 to an Xbox guy because the 360 was cheaper. It's the only thing that we could, afford. Even then, could barely fucking afford it. Alright. Freaking 2037. 2037. We are yet again the preseason #1, which is nuts. Let's see. Brand new freshman. This kicker who will never make it. Vince Robinson. So again, chat, we'll take open suggestions. You are allowed to change either his first name or last name, but not both. So you could name him Vince McMahon, yeah. You could name him David Robinson, but you cannot make his name Jimothy Timothy, right? So we will take open suggestions for all new freshmen. Bobblehead Robinson. He really is a bobblehead. Maine's own Duncan Robinson. Hey, Vince McMahon. Yeah. Yeah, can you spell that for me? Oh, God. God bless you, Robinson. Oh, let's see. Miss Robinson. Bobblehead Robinson. Meet the Robinson. Vince Carter's Between the Legs dunk. Vince Convincing. Vince Screwed Bread. Vince Robinson. Oh, those last three are all really good. They're really, really good. You know what? We'll give it to Endo. We'll give it to our boy. Our sad boy. Vince Robinson. He's a terrible player anyway, so why not? Our next true freshman, George Tolbert or Tolbear. What do we got for George? Big George. God, we have an SEC patch on. That's crazy. Let's go. The Phantom Tolbert. The Phantom Tolbear. George Lopez, the TV show. That's potentially going to work. George of the Jungle. George Garius. George Foreman Grill. I have no toll money. Pay the Tolbert. Pay the troll toll. Bert. Stephen Tolbear. George Lucas is a fraud. Oh, I think we have a winner. I think we do. You gotta pay the troll toll. Fucking the fact that Danny DeVito has said some of the things he's said on television is fucking insane. Javon Heflin. What do we got for Javon Heflin? Javon Heflin. Javon Heflin. Heifer. That was a hoot. Hugh Heflin. Boo! You picked the most obvious name. Oh, Led Heflin. Javon, come on. Javon N-Tier. Javon Nylon. Javon Lentier. And no, you're really going for it, champ. I appreciate the effort. Oh God. JJ. Not how that works. Yeah, we got a winner. But what if we save it for someone named Devon? Whatever. We'll do Javon get the tables. Works for me. Why is Bubba always telling you to get the table? Oh, God. No new corners. New linebackers. Steven Skaggs. What do we got for old Steven Skaggs and his goddamn Dracula cowl? What do we got for Mr. Skaggs? Oh, goodness. The old hard man. 4 months on the primer. Unbelievable. Nasty boy Skaggs. Scallywag Skaggs. Jerry Skaggs. Steven, not Steven. Ooh, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Stephen Root is great in Widow's Bay. Ripley, I told you! Widow's Bay might be my fucking show of the year. I fucking love that goddamn series. And Stephen Root is amazing in it. Oh, Hags and Skags, also not bad. I really do like Steven, not Steven. I need to finish the finale, but it's good. I'm intrigued to see what you think of the finale. I won't say a damn word about it, but I'm intrigued to know what you think. But yeah, no, that show against one on Apple TV, I'll fucking promote that shit for free. I love that show. That was phenomenal. Bragging says Stephen A. Smith Jr. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll make him the second. I'm gonna binge it soon. So again, right? If it's like murder-ish mystery, but also mixed in with some really dumb comedy. It's like, if that's up your alley like it is for me, it's delightful. I agree, Ripley. The first episode, I'm like, okay, like, all right, let's see where this goes. And then I had a moment that I got a good laugh out of me, and then I'm like, okay, I think I'm in. And then by the end of the episode, I'm like, okay, I'm in. Parks and Rec meets Twin Peaks. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair comparison. That is a fair comparison. Holy seniors. First episode has a lot of necessary setup. I mean, they go for it. They go for it with the plot. I'll give them that. Kind of talking about Widow's Bay on Apple TV. That I had mentioned a couple weeks ago, and Ripley just mentioned that they're up to the finale. My Twin Peaks DVDs have disc rot. Aw. We'll see if you had it digitally. They couldn't rot. Mike Sawyer. What do we got for Mike Sawyer? Deke Sawyer. Deke Sawyer. Going once. We got old Deke Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. I second Deke Sawyer. Okay. Mike, bang your dad. Better Call Sawyer. Gotta be honest, Better Call Sawyer might be better. It might be. It might be. It might be. I'm going for it. I'm sorry. Better Call Sawyer is gonna win this one. Sorry, Deke. We still love you. Left side edge, nobody new there. Right tackle, it'll take 6 years to load. Nothing new there. Luis Carmazzi. Boppity boopy. Luis Carmazzi. Bippity boppa boppa. Bippity boppity boo. What do we got for Luis Carmazzi? Dude, where's my Carmazzi? Get to the chopper. Gonna steal your Carmazzi. Alright. A lot of plays on car so far. Gabagool Carmazzi. Ooh. Dom Carmazzi. Do we make a car joke? Or do we make an Italian joke? Matzo bread Carmazzi. Italian stereotype Carmazzi. Ooh. Fuck. You know what? We'll go for the most common suggestion. That's fine. Say hello to where's my Maserati Carmazzi. Luis Lasagna. Oh, fuck. Left guard, Eric Tangolo. Ah, muted, I know that. That news is disappointing. He lived to 80, though. That's a good run. That is a good run. Eric Tangolo. Sweet Tangolo. Tangelo? Tangelo. I'm gonna go Tangelo. Sweet Tangelo. Tangela Tangelo. Your favorite Pokemon. Tangelo. I choose you. Oh, Woo Tangelo, not bad. Rectangulo's also very good. Fuck. Oh, I choose you. Rectangulo. Woo-tangulo. You know what? We're gonna give it to muted. I try not to if I can help it. But muted does in fact sometimes win. Very good suggestions for that one though. Tight end Antonio Reese. Muted retires. What do we got for Antonio Reese? What is the word? For him and his mustache. An offer he can't refuse. It's too long of a name, unfortunately. Antonio Brown. Antonio got arrested. Peace or Reese. Antonio Gateskeeper. Brewery. So dumb. Oh, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. Buttercup Nuttercup. Too long of a name. The bees, Rees. Oh, let's see. Fuck. Oh, I think we got one. It's so dumb, but it's like, is it like Drew Brees? Is it like Breweries? His name is Brew. His name is Brew. A boy named Brew. Wideouts. Darren Moran. Ian Moran. Hockey legend. Antonio No Homeo. Might have won if you came up with it a few seconds sooner. Moran, Duran Moran, Orange Moran. Jared Moran, Moran. You're a Colin Moran, Moron Moran. Darren all the way home. Darren Aronofsky's next film. It's gonna be depressing. That's for sure. Alright. Let's go for, Yura. Catamaran is pretty solid. Yura Moran or Catamaran? You know what? I'm gonna go with Yura. Ice Cream Moran. Solely because most people are trying to do a play on word of moron. Oh, man. Max Clements. What do we got for Max Clements? What's the word? Max Power. No Clements. Max Goof. Max Payne. Roger Clements. By the way, the kids are all right. I was shocked by this a couple of years ago. So again, I am the youngest of 5. So by the time I was 7, like my first niece was born. And a couple of years ago, she was either like 20, around that time. But regardless, a kid born in 2001 in recent years was like, yeah, I went as Max Goof for Halloween. I had never been more proud of it as an uncle that the kids are all right and are aware of the Goof Troop. So, you know, society is going to be okay. Anyway, names. Max Gaines, Maximus Decimus Mary. Too long of a name, I'm pretty sure, but good attempt. Max iPad. Maxim Relaxin'. Max. Maximum Overdrive. Maxin', relaxin', all cool. If only. Nothing from the YouTube side. Thread Max iPad. Or ePad, I'm guessing. Max from HR. Let's go for Max IMAM football. Max vibes include the smiley face. Well, there you go, Bunny. I'm happy. I'm happy. Let's go for Maximilian Pegasus. If I could add the alien, I might. Oh, man. Oh, might we be able to get that to work? Can we get that to work? Ah, it's a one letter short without a space. Let's see. I like it. You know, you got me talking about the early 2000s, and, well, I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid. There you go. Max Dude. Also not bad. Then we have Kiki Akindele. I've minted your grandfather to the blockchain? That's a sentence I've never seen or thought of before. Good lord. That's a kana right there. Playing Duelist of the Roses right now. Hey! I fucking love that game. I didn't understand it that much as a kid, though. But I fucking love that game. That's another one I want to go back and play. It was just like, okay, it's the France. Sure. Kiki Kaka. Kiki Delivery Service. Kiki Palmer. Who the hell is Kiki Palmer? Kiki, do you love me? Big Belly Akindele. Ooh, not bad. Kiki Freaky Shrieky. Kiki Peaky. Kiki Palmer, Kiki Blinders. Ooh. I'm leaning towards one at the moment. Although it doesn't make too much sense. Bulby, that's fair. Kiki Beware. Oh, man. Alright. You know what? I'm going with my gut on this one. Muted wins again. Muted always wins. I like going after the Akindele. And then Vernon Rugamba. Yamanga. What do we got for Vernon Rugamba? Big Vernon. All 6 foot of them. Roomba Rugamba. Lost it all on the Rugamba. My vacuum is a Rugamba. Let's go Rugamba. Chili Rugamba. Vacuum Rugamba. Vernon the German. Sorsby loves Rugamba. Rutabaga Rugamba. Not bad. Definitely quite a few vacuum references. Hotel Rugamba. Not bad. Not bad. Solid reference. Also, too soon. Vernon Wells. Fair. Hotel wins. I think it does, honestly. I think it does. You know, we'll give it to Hannity. First time chatter. And we'll give Jay Hannity the win. With Hotel Rugamba. Oh, or not. I missed a letter, apparently. Space bar, backspace. There we go. There we go. We got a winner. As he slaps his head in appreciation. Any other brand new freshmen? Last guy. Gordon Melvin. What do we got for Gordon? Losing my Rugamba. Not bad either. Last guy. Last true freshman. The only ones that we rename. Gordon Melvin. Gordon Freeman. Doug. Just Doug. It's not how it works. But just Doug. Gordon Fish Sticks. Can we keep this one? It's just Melvin Gordon backwards. That's true. Godzilla, don't be a Melvin. Oh, Gordon. Jeff Gordon. You know what? If that works, and we treat him like fucking James Bond, I think I'm going for it. I think I'm going for it, and it's gonna work too. There he is. I mean, from South Carolina. They love Jeff Gordon in South Carolina. There we go. Man, we're showing up as a 97. Gotta give him the 7 now. Holy. Alright, let's see. What time is it here? 3:30. Obviously, normally we would keep going. I just need to potentially play things safe. Oh, we're definitely not an actual 97. No shot. Yeah, I need to potentially play things safe in case I need to go to Boston today. Let's figure out the red shirts really quickly. Maybe the schedule as well, and at least get us all set up. Not going to be able to red shirt those two. They're just going to leave anyway. Breweries. It's so dumb. Woo-Tangelo. Outstanding. Where's my Karmazi? Edge Rusher, Earl Lacombo, Better Call Sawyer. Can sit out Thad Francis for the year. I mean, put it this way, this team is very good. We're definitely not, like, worthy of a 97. But this team is very good. I don't know if we're worthy of being the preseason #1 either, for that matter, but... Fucking Robinson. I totally forgot that was the first name. Endo just renames a guy Robinson. So, freshman Lamar Gastineau certainly looks like our dude. Elite dev. Doesn't have the best throw power on the team, but he does have the best accuracy. He's the fastest. Lamar Gastineau's got to be our guy. 100%. And if it's not him, it is probably Freddie Love. Or Diego Fuentes. Yeah, I know he's a freshman. I know he's redshirted, but 89 overall freshman. Are the red shirts not true freshmen? Correct. That would mean that they sat out last year. But, so yeah, for example, Gastineau, he's not a true freshman. He was a redshirt freshman. So technically, if he wasn't redshirt last year, he'd be a sophomore this year. But, because whoever he transferred from redshirted him and then lost him, I can't even see who he played for, we get to benefit from that big time. Running backs. Man, BJ McCoon is a beast. We have 2 elite dev backs. Holy shit. And then fuck IU. Put him in as the 3rd back. Man, Adonis is only a junior as well. Holy shit. Fullbacks. Yeah, no, this team is going to be pretty gross. We will definitely have national championship aspirations. No doubt about that. Fortunately, I know Fogg has star dev, but man, the other guys are just so much better. Are we winning our first natty? I mean, we've made the Final Four twice. You would like to think our time is coming. Yusufa DeLong was a beast last year. We do have like McCracken and Cedar. Yeah, you know what? Screw the dev. Let's drop Prince McCracken down a little bit. Yeah, honestly, that works. Yeah, that works. And then, of course, the tight ends are ridiculous. Floyd Boyd and Gordon Penning. Like, this team should be unfrickin' believable this year. At least on offense. We'll see what the defense looks like. Tackles. It'll be Awesome on the other side with Earl of Sandwich and Hendricks. Guards, we're going to have Sacks number on the other side. So it's James with Jared Ball and Deacon Poot. Oh, Okine's also there, too. Never mind. Where's Okine at? Definitely want him up there. So Ball and Okine. Okine? I don't fucking know. And then center, McElrath and Robbie Bobby. So maybe a little bit weaker at center, but the guards are insane. Who are the starters? Wilcox, James, Sachs, and Awesome. Wilcox, James, Sack, and Awesome. So Ball and Okine, or even the Earl of Sandwich. Technically out of position, but we'll deal with it. Bunny as well, take it easy. I can't guarantee we're going to get to this next season tonight, just because of, again, there is a chance that I'm going to need to drive down to Boston in a couple of hours so that my sister can go home, and that way my parents aren't alone in the Boston's hospital, so we will see. Edge rushers, definitely going to be a little bit weaker. Do we want Cole or Rendezvous? We want Davu. Alright, so it is Aurora, Cole, just drive with no sleep. My wife would fucking kill me. She would fucking kill me if I didn't accidentally take myself out in an accident. Alright, I guess we'll get Reeves in there a little bit. Although Cole, normal dev would take down. Normal dev would take down. Obama impacted. Barack Obama. So let's go Cole and Reeves. You missed the renaming. You sure did. Defensive tackle, Lynch or Kwenku. Let's go with Kwenku. Then Lynch. Then, by God, he's Massey. We'll get Aurora and Cole. Linebackers should be Bloom, Baquette, and Harrison Garrison. No. Alright, so outside of Bloom, Baquette, and Garrison Harrison, we have Gallimore and Boyette. Boyette and Gallimore. And in the middle is Boyette, Gallimore, and Johnings. Good old John Jennings. It's so stupid. Corners. Ooh, platinum layout and house call. Yeah, Roy Boito is still our number one. And then Bibiku. Alright, so we're not necessarily the strongest at corner. We're not the worst. But we're not insane. Free safety. And strong safety on the other side. I imagine Bigham's as the starter, so we get Anger in there. So can a corner, who's no longer a corner. And then strong safety, Bigham's, Angerer, and Eldrin Camp. Kicker is obviously Irwin. Punter is Cumberland. Return man. As always, it's better to just go to the actual roster and kind of see who the fastest, the quickest to accelerate, who they all happen to be. Prince McCracken could be an unbelievable return man. Unbelievable. Izzy is not too bad either. McCracken and Bigham's will be the two. And we will get into this lineup. McCracken. I should have gone the other way. It's fine. Alright, where is McCracken? And where is... Okay, am I... blind, or does he just not exist? He doesn't. Okay. Well, let's go for Kiki then. Oh, there he is. Was he not here, though? That's weird. He's on the other side. Well, at least for punt returns will be good. Kickoffs look good. Long snapper is what it is. Third down back can just be highest rated. Power back can also be highest rated. Slot receiver can be highest rated. And then it'll probably be Baquette and then either Whiteside or Boyette. It'll be Boyette. Outside of that... Alright, so the other side will be Baquette, Whiteside, Aurora. There we go. Defensive tackles, Quenku over Aurora, and then the man, Becky Lynch. Linebackers. We'll just say Baquette's there. Don't know if he'll actually play it, but it's fine. Corner, highest rated dudes. The game figured out in real time. No big deal. Nose tackle. Quenku up. And then we got pretty good options at Gadget. We'll go with Clap. He's fast as hell. So yeah, this team should still be absolutely disgusting. No doubt about it. The boots. Where are the edge rushers? Oh, what are? So it's, if I'm not mistaken, it is essentially describing the rushing left end, rushing right end. Yeah, they're just edge rushers. So, you know, as opposed to like your normal formation, if it's a formation where it's like, I think like a 2-5 is a good example, where they're kind of almost lined up more like linebackers, but specifically with the purpose to kind of, you know, immediately charge instead of, you know, being in position and then saying, okay, go. Yeah, we don't have to do anything else with our points until we get that 4th star. I wish we'd get that 4th star so I could get some better damn scouting points, but that's fine. What's our schedule going to be for the year? Oh, boy. BYU, SMU again, LSU, Washington, Boise State, Louisville, Arkansas, Miami, USC. Okay. I mean, there's a couple of teams there where it's like, okay, I'm a bit surprised they're in this tier. And then there's some others I'm feeling pretty good about. Wow, the Longhorns are down to a 79. We will schedule Pitt. I think that's a winnable game against the 66 rated team. Ripley, that's fair. And that's exactly why I haven't switched to it yet. Anybody else? Man, even Oregon's down to a 3.5. Holy shit. All right, Wake Forest, Louisiana, California. Ooh. Wake Forest, I mean, Cal makes the most sense. But also the Louisiana's the 2.5. Let's go after the more prestigious opponent. We'll take on the Raging Cajuns. And instead of the FCS team, you got JMU, West Virginia, NC State. NC State it is. We'll take on the Wolfpack. Okay. I mean, you would think with how strong this team is, we'd be able to go on a run. We made the Final Four last year before we blew it. Do we have 5 stars that are immediately interested in us? 1, and that's a linebacker, Sean Tabor. Everybody else would need some convincing, which is probably pretty unlikely. So then the 4 stars, there's going to be a ton of them. Yeah, most 4 stars in the country will consider us now. Okay. So the question is just who the hell to scout then? Fuck it. Start with the athletes, I guess. There's going to be so many people we have to look at over the first couple weeks, so... And of course, this first week, you can't do any proper recruiting anyway, so... Might as well just see what we have. Stuck at 440 points. Shit. Alright. Any 4 stars? Let's start defensively because they disappear faster. Anybody has us number 1 on their board? Shit. Or I can hit the wrong button. Anybody that has us number 1 on their board. We want to talk to you. Normally you can sort it from there as well, but I also want to kind of get a look at more of these options here. So quite a few people have us in their top 3. A lot of defensive tackles are interested in coming here. Okay. A couple of edge rushers are interested in being here. Definitely some offensive linemen. Ooh, hello tackles. None of the tight ends have us way up there. None of the wideouts. There's one running back. And what about the quarterbacks? Okay. Well, these are the guys that are at least the athletes or anybody that has us in first on their board out of the gates. Which, I mean, it would make sense to look at these guys. We're still going to have so many points left. Oh, my God. 160. Anybody that has us in second place. Right. Quite a few quarterbacks. Let's look at these guys. And we still have room. Damn. Golly, I don't know. It's like just enough points to not want to waste, but too many points to do anything interesting with. There's quite a few tackles that have us in second. Let's look at them. Scout out one more dude. What do we got for guards? We had just enough to scout out a full 35-person class. It's nuts. Jeremiah Shelley, grandson of Jody. There we go. So at least we are set up and established for the start of the next season, which will be tomorrow. Again, I can't stream as late tonight as I would like to. And fingers crossed, I will be right back here tomorrow. That is the hope. Again, I'll keep people updated on the Discord. That'll be the best place to communicate whether or not I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll find out again in a couple of hours. Like I said, just whether or not my dad gets to go home after a day surgery. Well, not really a day surgery yesterday. It turned into more than the day. But yeah, if he gets to go home tomorrow, cool. I get to stay home and we get to stream. And if not, then I'll probably miss Sunday night at the very least. But anyway, tonight was fun. I had fun shooting the shit about absolute nothing. And the decline of the video game industry. We will be back tomorrow. Gonna do my best to have stuff up, of course, on the YouTube side of things as well. All that fun stuff. On the way out, we are gonna go say hello to Sid. Except if you're on the YouTube side, there is no such thing as rating that I know of, which means that is it for now. But shout out to the, like, 50-some-odd people that are still watching on the YouTube side. God damn. Very much appreciate that. I know most of you are just waiting for me to play NHL. It'll happen. It'll happen, I promise. Until tomorrow, everybody. Or Monday, perhaps. Take care of yourselves. Brush your damn teeth. It's important. And never forget... Never forget that if you rented WrestleMania 2000 on the N64 for your son a bunch of times, you're an excellent father.